Yo, yo. Peace, peace, peace. What's happening, peeps? It's that guy again, just going live. No warnings. No, nothing. Just out of the blue. Just bang. I'm here. Doing it. You know what I mean? Just gonna wait for people to jump on. Before I start waffling, we've got 2 people on already. There he is. That's the man I was looking for. You take your time. You take your time. Try and make it under 2 hours. I'll try. I can't promise you. Might have to do some editing and things, my bro. But tonight we've got Why So Religious, who's going to join us. So it should be an interesting conversation. Yeah, I mean, you know what, bro? I need to rewatch that Hamza video again. Obviously, any video Hamza makes is always gonna be really good. You know what I mean? So it was a really good video, but I don't remember much of it, man. I'm gonna have to watch it again. Yeah, but you know what Hamza be, man? He just be quoting verses. He doesn't need to do much more. So yeah. I do need to watch it again, man. I watched it 5 or 6 times. I need to watch it again. Yo, do me a favor, bro. What's the chapter and verse that Hamza got on his hat? What's the? Yeah, I'm gonna send it right now. 1 minute. You ready? Yeah. Why So Religious is on this. He's like, where's the link, man? Stop the waffle. Where's the link? Link is right there, homie. Right there. You know what I mean? Yeah, please find out that chapter and verse for me, bro. I need that. Jump on, why so? Jump on, B. Yeah. Where is he? Oh, there he is. There he is. Peace, peace, peace. What's happening, why so?
How goes it, buddy?
How you doing, man?
I'm well, just feeding my son. What are you up to?
I'm good, bro. Take your time. Take your time. You do what you got to do.
No, it's fine. He mostly feeds himself. I just have to remind him by putting the spoon in the food that he is eating and not just watching Super JoJo.
All right. I hear that. What's cracking, though, man? What you been up to?
Not much. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. My it was unresponsive on my screen. Now it shows me speaking. Not much, man. Been taking a break pretty much from all the YouTube stuff for the most part. But I got on Sir Foz's channel the other night because I was bored, and then so.
How was that?
I mean, everybody's gonna have their opinions, but like I would imagine, like it was after the Somali speakers,
Right.
the channel, right?
Yeah.
Well, I went on after that, and it was with Abu Aisha. I don't know if you know that guy. He goes by the name of Praise the Law. It's Faja, I think is his name on there.
Right.
But so like to Muslims that are typical Sunnis, they would say that he did great. But a Quranist like yourself or even a Shia Muslim would probably say that I did great. You get what I mean? That's the funny part about it, because he was trying to talk about how you know, the Sunnah of Muhammad or the Hadith of Muhammad or revelation. Well, I brought a couple of hadiths where Muhammad was asked about breastfeeding while like having intercourse with your wife or whomever while breastfeeding. And the direct Arabic, he actually read it out in Arabic and then translated it, and it said, I thought about making it haram, but then I realized that the Romans and the Persians did it, and it doesn't have a bad impact on their children, so it's okay. So I made the point to him. I said, how can something be revelation if Muhammad is making the decision and not Allah?
Good point. But I must say that Sunnis have been heavily misrepresented lately, because most Sunnis.
Now, may I clarify what I meant by Sunni?
Yes.
Okay, so when I'm speaking of Sunni, I'm talking about the vast majority of Muslims that follow the main four madhabs, schools of Islam, that have this concept that Muhammad's hadiths are revelation.
I think that's
what I meant by that's what I'm talking by Sunni.
I understand, but that's quite a later development. Let me explain by that. Basically, Sunnis originally, well, your average Sunni, the way they have been, the religion has been introduced to them, or the Sunni side of it, is that they take the Sunnah, which is congruent with the Quran. So the way they understand the Sunnah is basically that which the Prophet practiced, which is basically him implementing, which is in the Quran. That's the way they understand it.
Well, that's not necessarily true, though. When you look, if I may just interject, because I can give a prime example where the Quran speaks about Allah's Sunnah, right? He never speaks about Muhammad's Sunnah. And to build upon that, the Quran talks about Muhammad as just a messenger, which means he was sent to only give the message of Allah, such as the recitation. But in the Sunnah of Muhammad, the Hadith, when they come to him and ask him what to do with adulterers, fornicators, he doesn't recite the Quran verse about with women to do house arrest or to flog. He says to stone them. So there is a difference, in my opinion, of what I'm saying Sunni Islam, where they fought, and this has actually been historically for a big majority of Islam, as far as what people would consider Sunnis, is that they will implement Muhammad's rulings on certain things that are not justified inside the Quran, such as the example I gave.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say to you is that it has somewhat developed, is what I'm trying to say to you. Basically, it started off with basically the Prophet trying to implement what is in the Quran. That's what it started off as. And when I say that, people are actually referring to the rituals mainly. And then it went on to whatever good deeds that the Prophet used to do. So it weren't seen as revelation, but it was seen as the Prophet's way, basically, of practicing the religion. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Now, this concept of everything the Prophet says is a revelation of some kind. That's a later development. This is what I mean by Sunnis have been heavily misrepresented, because I don't believe that they all adhere to the idea that everything the Prophet said is revelation. I don't think they do.
So,
I mean, I wouldn't just defend them for no reason, but I gotta be honest.
Well, I get that, but if you look at historically, through Islamic, was considered Islamic history, such as all the way back from Tabari to Ibn Ashaq. And then you could look at what would be considered more modern, but still standardized Sunni belief in tafsir, such as Ibn Kathir. They present the Islamic concept that throughout the whole time, that actually the reason Bukhari needed to do what he did, which was collect over 100,000 hadiths / stories, tellings, blah blah blah, sayings of Muhammad, was to codify what people were trying to produce as actual parts of the religion of Islam that were outside of the Quran. Now, if you can put in the back chat anything that can
you got to remember, we're talking about two different angles. I'm talking about your average Sunni. You're talking about the establishment, if you like. So the establishment, if you like, have always had the agenda of thumping this narrative. I won't dispute that, but I'm talking about what your average person believes.
May I push back on that then?
Yeah, go for it.
Because even if you're talking about modern time, and I could probably, if you gave me a few minutes to actually think, I could come up with historical examples. But even in modern times, the modern Muslim would side with what is the Sunni narrative that you're pushing against. You can see that through statistics.
Today, yes, I agree with you. But you're talking about today. This is why I said it's developed to this stage.
Well, but you could also look at now. Of course, I don't know if you're like let's say Sam Garens. Have you ever came across him? He's a Quranist.
Yeah, I've come across Sam Garens, but obviously,
okay. It doesn't matter if y'all equate on the same thing, this or that, or not. I'm just using him as an example.
Okay.
He doesn't look at hadiths or tafsirs as revelation. He looks at them as historical context, where they could be true or they could be false.
That's how Sunnis used to be.
Well, I mean, even if you look at Tabari, that's kind of true but Tabari would give his answer of what he believed was the correct narration that links back to the actual understanding, the exegesis of the Quran. And what the Sunnah and what the companions actually believe. Now, but that doesn't take anything away from my point. You know what I'm saying? Just because it was unestablished, because the vast majority of the people in the time of Muhammad and within the next 40 or 50 years were illiterate. So everything had to be by mouth. So when it goes by mouth and you're trading stories over a campfire because you're merchants traveling through the desert, you're only going to get to some issues. You're not going to get to all of them. You get what I mean? And but I don't know.
I mean, I'm not disputing your position. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to present some nuance to you, at least as it pertains to your average Joe. Your average Joe has not read Bukhari. I promise you that. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Nor has your average Joe read.
But they have been taught it.
As a matter of fact.
But that's my position.
You're more likely more read. You're more likely more read in this topic than your average Sunni is.
I wouldn't doubt that, but I would equate it to kind of like Christianity, and I grew up Christian, so I know this is what they would do. You know, you go to church, let's say Wednesdays and Sundays, and they focus on a certain part of the book for an hour, right? And I would imagine mosque for Sunni Muslims and Shias are generally the same, where they focus on a certain area, and then that they would give hadiths or tafsirs, because I've seen online various lectures from, Yasir Qadhi, doing like live, or Mufti Monkey, I think is his name, Mink. Yeah. But they're doing this. They're doing the same thing that Christians do, which is they just focus on one topic, and then for about an hour they give all the source material, and then they give the background and blah blah blah. So yes, as far as Muslims not actually reading Bukhari, that's true. But as far as them getting taught through the establishment of scholarly Sunnah, Sheikh Sunniism, they are being told these stories without a doubt.
They're being told these stories, but they're probably, to be honest with you, you say they're being told these stories, but then most of the time they're probably told like 10 stories regurgitated. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's like,
I said Mufti Munki. I didn't know. I couldn't remember his name. I'm also trying to keep my son from climbing on the nightstand of the TV.
how old?
But he's 20 months.
Oh wow, you're dealing with the tough period.
Yeah, I'm dealing with where he thinks he can dominate me. So I'm trying to like do like it's actually harder than what some people might think. Trying to.
I've been there, so I know you're not alone. Trust me.
Yeah, but Mufti Minty or
Mufti
I can't remember.
His name is Mufti
Mink. MENK, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But as I was saying,
I will say that dude has a beautiful beard. If I may give him one prop, like that guy's beard.
I might have to agree with you on that. He does. He has a very full set of beard.
It's top tier, dog, without a doubt.
He has a proper beard there, doesn't he? I might have to agree with you on that. But anyway, I think that's as much. That's as far as we can go with Sunnism, really. What I'm interested in what is your beef with the Quran?
I just don't think it's true. I don't really have any beef with it. But my main thing is with any religion, I don't like people saying what's not the real religion and what it teaches. And when I read the Quran, I read it like a Quranist reads it, where all it does is solidify itself. It doesn't solidify anything after, like it says in which hadith will they believe after this. You know what I'm saying? Like so when I look at Islam, I look at it through the prism of hadith. I mean, through Quran, and I only mention hadith and tafsirs really when people start bringing them up, and then it's like a free for all because, like you said, I'm probably more read than the average person, Muslim, in those. So I'm gonna find all those topics that they don't want to talk about. You know.
Okay, but all right, let's split it into two categories. So one thing is you don't believe it's true. That's fine. We'll have that discussion in a second. But let's first settle this. Since have you read the Quran in its entirety?
Yes, multiple times.
Without hadith spectacles, without the influence of hadith.
Well, you got to think the first time I read the Quran, I didn't know anything about hadith, quote unquote hadith science or whatever. You know, I just and then I'll be honest, the Quran didn't really make sense to me because it was so non-linear that it would jump. You know, a chapter can have like essentially like 4,000 or 5,000 years separation essentially, you know. So I read it online, which means I had to click every page, you know, to turn and get to the next verse. So then I bought a book, a Quran, and I just started doing how I normally study, like, which is
not to interrupt you. Let me just say hello to a good friend of mine. Iron Man, peace, my brother. Peace and blessings to you and yours. I have a whole lot of love for that guy. Continue, bro.
So then I bought an actual Quran. Well, firstly, I bought a Quran when I was 20, and I was reading it at my work during my breaks, and then it mysteriously disappeared. But I'd only made it to about halfway through Baqarah, and then it just mysteriously disappeared. So years later, I read it online, then I buy one and I start studying it the way that I study books, which is I highlight lines as I read it and make notes on the page so that if I ever want to try to gain knowledge again, I can just flip through the pages and I see things that I determined were important. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
but no, the first time I read it, the first two times technically I read it, I didn't know anything about this concept of hadiths being revelation and tafsirs and stuff like that. That's things that came later.
Neither did I. Continue.
Well, I mean that's pretty much the story. And then after, then after I started reading the Quran, after I read the Quran probably 2 times in its entirety and was working on my third, just because it's a hard book to follow.
Yes.
You know, like it's nonlinear. It jumps from generation to generation, and then you have to learn who the people are that they're talking about, because sometimes it will talk about
you gotta
people.
keep up with it.
Yeah. And it's non-sequential. You know what I mean? Like the back is the beginning and the beginning is the end, and it's just weird. But okay, son. So but then I started looking into it, and I noticed on one of the Qurans I bought, because I bought 3 Qurans at one time, because I did hear Muslims saying that, you know, you need to know Arabic, and that never made sense to me, because you know, it's like, if you look at, you know, because the first 2 times I read the Quran, I never came across a verse that said you need to know Arabic to understand Allah's words or his message. And so I was like, okay, screw it, I'll buy 3 Qurans. So I bought 3 different versions, and then in Sahih International, I started noticing that they had footnotes at the bottom of the page, and they would start referencing hadiths. Now, when my very first Quran that I bought was Muhammad Mulana, what's his name?
I think I know what you're talking about. Continue.
Yeah, Muhammad Mulana. It's something. I can't remember his Ali, I think. Yeah. And in the preface, it actually had a statement saying that his first edition caused a big outcry in England amongst Muslims at the time, because he left in the word hadith. Like he didn't translate it to because the word hadith appears, I think, 26 times, maybe 28. It's been a while since I've studied it. But so instead of changing it to like story or narration or telling or whatever, he left in the word hadith. And it caused a big problem to the communities at the time, the Ummah, and then I remembered that, and that's when I started like looking into the hadith concepts. Right.
But let's get to the nitty gritty now. Like I said, let's put the truth question to aside for a moment. Are there any issues that you can identify with the Quran? Anything negative or anything that you would have a problem with?
Well, I mean, besides that, I don't think it's true.
Yes, we'll have that discussion later.
Well, I mean, that's a big one, right?
We're gonna have that discussion. I just want to, because it's basically it's twofold, isn't it?
I'll say this to you, like I said to Reactionary. You know who that guy is? First time I was on his channel, and he was asking me this. I said, "Why are you asking me? The Quran gives you the reason why I don't believe in the Quran. Like, if you really believe Allah has explained why people disbelieve in not only Allah, but his recitation, his Quran, then you shouldn't be asking me this question."
Well,
Now I will say that was like 40 minutes of him going back and forth, and then when I finally brought that up, he said, "Okay, we can change topics." And he's a hadith person, you know what I'm saying? But as soon as I mentioned that, like, my words don't really mean anything or shouldn't mean anything. If you have true faith, then Allah has said multiple times in the Quran that it's part of our disease in our heart, that we're just blinded to the truth, that we are argumentative people.
I like that you remember all of that.
Yeah, of course, I'm
That's
not
very
ignorant.
impressive.
I'm not ignorant.
That's very impressive. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, having a conversation with someone who believes in the Quran and having a conversation with someone who believes in the Quran and the Sunnah are
It's different. Totally different.
entirely different conversations.
And I'm so used to talking to people that are like Mohammedans, as I call them. Sam Garens would call them the same thing, and that's kind of where I got to.
That's probably where the term comes from.
And but I when I speak to a Quranist like yourself or Orthodox Moor, for example, I have to try to shut off that concept. But I still have the Sam Garens concept of using tafsirs and hadiths as just like it's possible, but I don't bring them up to solidify any conversation. You know what I mean? Like, but the Mohammedans will use the hadiths to try to solidify their conversation. Me, I'll just throw it out there sometimes because I'm not used to speaking to many Quranists, and just throw it out there as like, well, this is what they believed at the time or whatever, allegedly. But
yeah. Well, the thing is, the reason I'm asking you what problems you have with the Quran is because I want people to identify that if they do have issues, then their issues are not with the Quran, unless I am mistaken.
Well, I mean, but that goes back to the truth thing. Like, there's evidence that the Quran has gotten things wrong. Like what now? That comes to the point of, do you have faith that says that you can negate the evidence, or do you accept the evidence and then just go ahead and still have faith? Or if you support the evidence and believe in the evidence provided, then you obviously know that the Quran is not could not be the word of a God unless he wants to deceive you. Like,
okay, I mean, I don't like the word evidence, because the word evidence is not as conclusive as proof. Any exhibit could be considered evidence. It's not conclusive until it's.
Are you an attorney?
Well, what can I say? I've had many discussions, so I've learned that you've got to really set the terms. So,
okay, then I'll rephrase it and say that there are claims inside of the Quran that are verifiably incorrect.
Okay, when you say verifiably incorrect, are we talking about objectively?
No, we're talking like proven. Well, yeah. So technically, objectively, yes.
Yeah, it would have to
be. Sorry, I was trying to get my son. He's still fighting.
No worries. But what's the little one's name?
Valiant.
What a name! What a hell of a name!
Valiant Paladin.
Wow. 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 I'm guessing that's you. Is that the mother? I can't see the mother.
Her mother, his mother is from China. So right. We wanted a name that could also be because a lot of English names don't translate to Mandarin, but they do have words for Valiant and Paladin. So he technically can have a Mandarin name by using, because the words are technically one's a noun and one's an adjective.
So I know what Valiant means. What's the other meaning?
Paladin. It means like knight with a K.
Right.
So like a courageous knight,
Right. Lovely, man. I'm not just saying this. Honestly, that is probably the most impressive name I've ever heard. That honestly is the most impressive name I've ever heard.
Well, it'd be hard.
Goodness me.
Strangely, out of like almost 7 billion people in the world, I doubt there's another one.
So do I. So do I. So that is proper unique. That. Well, yeah.
If he was gonna be a girl, we were gonna call him Violet Dawn.
Wow. You guys got names for days, huh? Goodness me. I might have to call you for my next child, man. Give me some tips. But yeah,
actually, you bring that up. And we're talking about names, right? Have you ever thought about the names of the Sahaba allegedly, and how they're not real names, but they are also like attributes of people?
Well, you gotta remember you're talking to a Quranist, so I don't really.
Well, no, I mean,
I don't know who the Sahaba are.
But like, like Khadijah, right?
I don't accept that.
Well, I'm just saying, like Khadijah.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, actually means premature.
Right.
Now, I've searched this on various things, and that would mean that she was premature to take him to a Christian monk to verify he's a prophet. And then you look at Aisha, to live, and Muhammad allegedly didn't get his full revelations until he lived with Aisha. And then you can look at, like, it's just really strange, even from a person who doesn't.
Do you remember you're now going on to the Sunni narrative?
No, but my point is to counteract it. Like, it sounds like that these people didn't exist, but they kind of like Socrates, right? There is a debate that Socrates ever existed, and that Plato just created him to give a philosophy of the time in Greece. And it comes across like that to me when I start looking up the names of the people and their alleged story arcs.
I hear what you're saying.
It's just a side note that I thought was
I hear what you're saying, but because it's getting so late, and obviously there's people watching, they might go to sleep, so we might have to get to the nit and gritty. Okay, you said that there are verifiable claims in the Quran that can be proven false. So why don't we just get to it?
Can we start with the concept that does Allah want to teach inside the recitation of the Quran absolute truth?
Yes, well, God speaks nothing but absolute. He speaks with nothing but absolutes, and he speaks nothing but the truth.
Okay. So if Allah calls people to believe in something that isn't true, what would that say?
That wouldn't be God.
Okay. So, one second. Damn it. Come on, son. I'm trying to pull up this verse. So, what does the Quran say about like sight or vision?
I don't know. Why don't you just get straight to it?
Well, I mean, because I want you to say it, if nothing else, so that there's a less of a chance that it backtracks and I start getting apologetics, right? Like, because
you will not get anything from me. I'll accept whatever it says in the Quran. I won't have to add much to it.
Okay, one second. Let me just pull up these verses real quick. So, what do you know about sight? What has been proven about sight?
I cannot say that I know anything more than the basic stuff.
What is the most basic about sight? How does it work?
You'll have to remind me.
Okay. So, sight has been proven that light travels into the eye, and that's how we see. Do you agree with that or no?
Light travels into the eye, and that's how we see.
Yes.
Does our eyes need anything in order for it to receive light?
It needs to be working.
Okay, and how would we determine that?
Well, I mean, if you can see, the reason you can see is because light is traveling into your eye, and the optical nerve is functioning. The light travels through the lens of your eye, and then it's actually upside down. And then as it travels through the optical nerve, your brain flips it upside right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we agree on this or no?
I have to be honest. I can't say that I have any particular knowledge in this subject.
All right. Well, I'm gonna put a link in the back chat just for you. That is a video that I've done. That has verses and everything, and we can continue talking about it because I have the video up now. I'm looking at it. So
Why can't we just look up the verse?
yeah, we'll do that too. But so at about 2 minutes and 27 seconds of the video, I start with 1443 of the Quran.
1443. All right, one moment. Yes.
So 1443, just a quick one. This is when the Day of Judgment, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while, but it is Day of Judgment, and racing ahead, raised up their heads, not returning towards them their gaze, and their hearts empty. Now, this would imply that sight is actually leaves the eye, travels an area, and then returns back to you, which was actually in Muhammad's time the belief that you see things because your eye sends out vision and then it returns back to you. Now, if we can continue, also 67:4 of the Quran, if you want to pull that one up.
67:4.
Yes.
Is it the same thing? Because before,
in a way, but this is actually, but you would agree that the Quran gives tests to people, right? That Allah in his recitation gives tests to people, and that this solidifies it being from Allah. There's various times where he tells people to do certain things, and that it proves that he is Allah. Now, in 67:4 of the Quran, 67:3, I believe, is when it really starts, but he tells people to look up at the sky. Do you see any cracks in it? No. And then 67:4, then return your vision twice. Notice, return your vision. We will return to you the vision humbled while it is fatigued, while it fatigued. Now, the thing here is Allah is actually teaching that that sight leaves the eye, and he's telling people for proof that he is perfect and that he has created everything perfectly, to look up at the sky, look down, look back up. In 67:3, that's that verse. And then in 67:4, he says that we will send your sight back to you, just like in the verse about the last days, right? And now he's also saying in 67:4 that your sight will return to you. Now, of course, you don't believe in tafsirs or whatever, but the thing is that this tells you allegedly what the people actually believed and about this verse and why it was revealed. Now, one of the tafsirs, which the variety of Muslims across the world.
Let's not go into tafsirs.
Okay.
Because it's not that sort of field between me and you. But I'm just waiting for you to finish so I can respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Just a question to you. Have you considered how it would be understood in Arabic? Because
earlier we both agreed that there's no verse inside the Quran that states that you need to know Arabic to understand Allah's words.
No, we agree. No, hear me out. I'm not saying that you need to understand Arabic to understand it. However, when certain idioms or certain phrases or certain statements are made in a certain language, when you translate it to another language, it may be understood a bit more literal. For example, I'll give you an example. There's a verse in the Quran that talks about on Judgment Day how you'll see the shin, basically how God will reveal his shin. That's what I'm saying to you, yeah? Now, in English, a lot of people would be like, oh, God has a shin, etc., etc. However, the phrase or the idiom is the same as saying lifting your sleeves up. Now, if someone says they're going to lift their sleeves up, you don't take it literal because you understand the idiom or phrase when it comes to English. It is the same sort of idiom or phrase that's being made in Arabic. You understand what I'm saying to you? So now, so this verse that you read now, is it understood that way in the Arabic? That's the point.
Yes, and that's why I would bring up the tafsirs to show what the original Sahaba allegedly believed. But if you want to, just go to the transliteral, right? Which is, they don't try to sugarcoat anything. The one who this is the start of 67, 3:1. The one who created 7 heavens, one above another. So this is him talking about he literally created these heavens, right? Not you see in creation the most gracious any fault. So return the vision. He's actually saying you cannot see any problem with it, and I challenge you to look up. So return the vision. Can you see any flaw? So he's asking them a literal question.
What does return the vision mean?
He's asking them a literal question.
No, now, okay, what does return the vision mean?
Then return the vision twice. Will return to you the vision humbled while it fatigued. Now, like I said earlier, in Muhammad's time.
Wait. You've explained that part, but one second. How would you explain it when you look into the sky and after a while of looking, it becomes fatigued? What do you call that phenomenon? How would you explain it?
I'm calling that phenomenon, which is people didn't understand
no, I'm asking you how you would call it.
Why eyes hurt, right? At the time of Muhammad and before that, until Ibn I have his name on a video, but he was a Persian Muslim, right? He actually proved through an experiment that he had a tent and that he poked a hole in it and the light came through the tent onto a ruler, and that showed that light travels into the eye and then you can see because the
Right, so
tent was
just
complete.
please
Let me
answer
finish.
my
Let me
question.
finish.
What would you do?
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
So up until then, though, it is historical fact that people believed that sight was your like vision leaving your eyes, traveling the distance and returning back to you.
Why are you saying sight leaving? Does it say leaving your eyes? Or are you assuming that?
What is return? What does return mean? If
That's the
something
question. You
if,
tell me.
if
You're
something
assuming from there, aren't you?
so if something returns to you, then that means it left you.
All right. If you don't like the word return,
So
you
if
you
I let a dog go, if a dog returns back to me, does that mean that I had the dog before he returned?
listen. You're talking about a completely different context. The context that the context that we are dealing with, and the language that we are dealing with. What does the word return mean? Now, you acknowledged that there is some sort of a phenomena when you look up to the sky and after a while your eyes is fatigued. What do you call that phenomena? And you have to use a language that an individual of that time can understand. What language would you use?
At that time,
Yes.
they would believe
No,
that
that's not what I asked. What language would you use? That's precise because you're insisting that the
the
language.
reason the reasons that your eyes feel fatigued from looking is because your sight has traveled a certain distance into the
Wow.
into into the sky. Like Allah is even saying something that's far away, right? Like the sky. He's saying, look up to the sky. Do you see any do you see
Did you just
any
say your
cracks?
eye, your sight has traveled?
That's what they believe.
No,
So
that's not
they
what I asked you though. Answer my question.
I
What would
just did.
you say that should be
That's
that would have been the precise wording?
that's exactly what they would explain it. And that's what, if you would like me to give you tafsirs, I could explain to you that the original Sahaba believed that this verse was the reason that it was fatigued is because people keep looking at the sky and their sight, their gaze, their vision comes back to them,
Why
and that
so?
it causes fatigue. So the whole
I heard
notice
that.
before
Do you plan to
notice
answer my
before
question though?
no notice before we talked about this, I asked you a couple of questions, and one of those was, can Allah cause um, something? Will He say something that will mislead a believer into the actual causation or whatnot of the universe? Right. So right here
What's misleading?
we have people who believed at the time that this verse was given, and the other verse, the first verse that I gave, that sight traveled back to them from their eyes
How do you know that?
because it's in the Islamic sources.
There you go. You're going outside the Quran. You can't help it.
No,
Like
no, that's not
you,
me helping. That's me showing you what we talked
no,
about earlier.
you're
Now you're
talking
giving
to
me
a
apologetics from what you
no.
spoke about earlier.
Why so? Why so? You're talking to a Quranist. The only thing I'm interested in is the Quran. Nothing else. It's pointless you addressing uh, anything else outside of the Quran. As far as I'm concerned, the only
I
thing
know.
Islamic is the Quran.
So,
So
so
what's the issue?
what's the issue with the reason I say that this is proof that that Allah can't be real because He spoke something wrong that is verifiably proven as wrong?
Because you are not considering A, the language, and B, you are adding your assumptions to it. It does not say anything about your site leaving, does it? Where does it say your site has left you?
What does
Just because,
returning mean? What
just
does
be-
returning mean?
I'm gonna say, hold on, just because of the word return, the word return, depending on the context, what does it mean contextually? I don't. Do you know?
Yes, contextually, return means that something comes back,
No,
that
no,
it had
that's
to
literal.
leave. No, that's contextual. Can you provide any sentence
Actually,
where something is returned?
Let me correct it, because I looked up the root word of this word that has been translated as return. So it could be to send back, to turn back, to reject, refuse, refer, revert, restore. So if this verse right now,
that goes totally against the whole verse.
Hold on, it's only two of us. Check this out. This verse right now, if it was translated as restore, your entire argument would disappear, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't. Because to restore,
tell me what's the issue with restore?
Okay, so restore, right? That means that there is an actual store, that there is like a plentiful that it has to start from.
But
so let me finish. So if something is restored, then that means that there is a base. Like, let's use manufacturing. To restore an actual, let's say a facility, a manufacturing facility, that means that they had something, they sent it out, and that they needed that object again to restore it, which would mean that it left, the original item left, and then was replenished because it came back.
Let me respond to that then. Tell me how that would not explain the phenomena of when you're looking up to the sky and you have that fatigue. How would that not explain that phenomena?
It doesn't explain the phenomenon because
So if I was to look up, if I was to explain myself, if I was to look at the sun for a while, and then obviously my eyes get fatigued and they start to hurt, whatever, and then after a second or two, my eyes are
that's not fatigued. Hurting is not necessarily.
No, but give me a second. And my eyes
hurting is not necessarily fatigued, right? Like people get fatigued, but they don't hurt. Like that's the difference, right? Like fatigue is being overworked. Fatigued is being overworked in a certain area, but that's not necessarily. But that's not necessarily hurt, right? Like I can do a 12-hour day. I can do a 12-hour day. No, this is looking at the actual meaning of words, right? I can work a 12-hour day where I just sit in a cubicle and I feel fatigued because I'm at work. But that doesn't mean that as in a cubicle, I'm actually exhausted or painful.
Let's make
you understand the difference there.
I'm really confused. So you have a problem with this verse because you don't like the word restore. Tell me what word would be better to explain that phenomenon.
Notice now you're trying to flip it on me. You actually try to use the concept of restored, but then I mentioned like an analogy of a facility, right? That actually
tell me what you would be happy with.
Now, and so firstly, Maverick X, the day that you publish your own Quran, I will buy it, and then I will use your translation of that word to defend it.
Right, so I need to understand what criteria you're working under when you dismiss stuff. Like if you're gonna say this is wrong, all right, then tell me what is the right way. You tell us what is.
I told you the right way.
How would this verse be translated? How would this verse be presented in a way that would be understood in that time as well? How would it be presented?
Firstly, it's not supposed to. Allah's words. It doesn't matter if they're understood at the time by those people, and that's proof because there's still people today who do not understand parts of the Quran, the ma'akat, right? The mysterious letterings. There's just guessing about what they actually mean, but that's just a side note. The point here is that Allah is supposed to make a correct statement about in this.
I still don't understand what is incorrect about this statement because you haven't given me the correct statement.
So
you just say, it says return, restore. It can't be returned. It can't be restored. And that's that.
Does sight?
That's not much of an argument, is it?
Does sight leave the eye and return?
It does not say that it leaves the eye.
Okay, I got
We're adding that.
Okay, here's a question. Does sight return to the eye?
Can sight be restored? Depending on the context, I could use such language.
Does sight return to the eye?
I just responded to you. It's like he just dismissed.
So you're saying that sight. So a person who can see.
I
You're
said,
claiming
depending on the context, I could use such
no.
language.
Use
You
the
understand
verse.
that language?
Use
You
the
understand
verse.
that language can be used in certain ways, right?
Use the verse with context. So even if we use your word, restore, okay? So Allah says to look up at the sky. Do you see any cracks? No. That's in 63, 67:3. Now in 67:4, let's replace return with restore. He says, restore your vision twice. It will return to you. So it will restore to you. How does that fit the concept that sight enters the eye?
What are you doing?
I'm asking you a question to defend.
Where
You're
did
trying,
the sight enters the eye?
because light enters the eye and that's how we see.
My God. Does it talk about that? It's simply talking about the phenomena of when you look up in the sky and your eyes get fatigued. You bottom line is
No, you're skipping the whole verse.
Bottom line, you feel like your eyes get restored. Do you not?
No, that makes no sense.
Well, then how would you say it then?
Because it's sight, it's not eyes, right? You're trying to cut out.
What?
You're trying to, because a person can have eyes and not have sight, just like the Quran says. Are the seeing equal to the blind? No,
Okay,
they are not.
The verse. Just tell me the verse,
That's
please.
another context. That's another context that you're trying to leave out of this conversation.
Tell me the verse. 63 what?
67, 3 through 4, essentially. If you want, I'll grab my Qurans and we can go through multiple translations. I own 5 Qurans, okay? But the point here is, if you're trying to say, oh, well, this word also means this and that, you need to write your own Quran, and then I'll read it, and then I'll judge it by the other translations, and then we can use that. But you don't have your own Quran. You actually had to. Here's the thing: to try to refute me, you actually had to look up the word to try to find other meanings for it. Now, even those meanings contextually do not fit that concept.
1 minute, man. 67 4.
Return and restore. Both of those things mean that there is a start.
67 4. Would you just take a break for a second? Just chill. Then return the eyes again, and yet again it returned to you, the eyes dazzled, while it is worn out. For the life of me, the fact that this is what you have a problem with. All right, what's the other verse that you have a problem with? Because to me, just like the Orthodox said, stretch Armstrong and a half. You're reaching, bro. Like, are you saying
that's your faith? The fact is, Allah did not know.
What is your argument here?
The fact is, you had to even try to use apologetics to say that for the people of the time to understand. Now, that wouldn't really matter for Allah's words. Let me continue. Let me continue. It wouldn't matter, because if it's Allah's words, there's actually, the Quran talks about people would just weep at hearing Allah's words and know that it is true. Let me finish my reasoning here. So if people were weeping and then believing in Allah just because of his statements that were so, grammatically perfect,
but they would have to understand it.
So, no, they don't. They would have faith. They would have faith.
Where did you get that from? Remember who you're talking to, bro. Where did you get stuff like faith from?
The Quran is all religious beliefs are based off faith.
Nah, well, you're wrong. not the Quran. The Quran don't care about that.
The Quran does believe in faith.
There's no. Where'd you get that from? Go ahead.
Because in Surah 3, ayah 7, when he talks about there are those who try to find meaning in the metaphorical, the allegorical, but only Allah knows their meaning. Those true believers, those with true faith, have
The word has nothing to do with faith.
Let me continue. Let me
Amin means
continue.
trust.
That verse says that they say this book is from Allah and we believe in the whole of it, which means that even if something is allegorical and you cannot prove that it's true or not, you are supposed to have faith that it is true, even if something goes against the reality.
No, go read the verse.
Just so you know, Orthodox more.
You're regurgitating the
Orthodox
things that
more.
you've heard.
If you would, dude, as soon as
Why
you do a
so, bro? Like,
translation,
you're talking over me all the time. Like, chill out. All I said
Orthodox
to you
more,
was,
as soon
all I
as
said
you
to you was,
finish your
bro,
translation, I would love to read it. I just want to say that real quick. I would love to read your translation. And
why
you know
can't,
that's true.
why so? Why can't you have my kind of energy, bro? Like, look at the calm energy that I'm giving you. You're on some machine gun tactics. Chill out, man. Listen, what I'm trying to say to you is, first and foremost, that portion of chapter 3, verses 7 that you've read, you've regurgitated what you've read. You haven't actually read the verse in its entirety and as it's
Yes,
supposed.
I have read it in my entire.
No.
I'm doing it off the top of my head, dude.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I know you're doing it on the top of your head. That's why I'm telling you you're doing it wrong. Go
Course,
read it.
did I say verbatim? Did I say verbatim that I was quoting it verbatim? No, I didn't.
Why I'm saying you're wrong. Like, why does the being wrong bother you so much? Goodness me, you can go and verify it. Go ahead. Read chapter 3, verse 7. And the word means resemble, has nothing to do with allegorical. Anyways.
Well, once again, once you make your own translation, then I'll compare it to other translations that I read. But every translation that I have read does not propagate, even the transliteral translations that I have read do not propagate this concept of resemble that you're trying. They use the words that I use. Well, congratulations, dude. You do not have anything that's been peer reviewed amongst the Muslim Ummah, from Quranists to Muhammadans to anybody. So all you're doing is propagating your belief. You do not have anything for me to stand on.
Your energy is so fucked up. You could simply just ask me what my evidence is, rather than just assume stuff.
No. The reason I like using Sam Garens as
why don't you just ask me?
Is because he has actually taken the time to translate the Quran, give footnotes from a Quranist stance.
Why don't you just ask
but
me?
You haven't done that. You haven't done that, have you?
Why don't you just ask me? And bro, please, like calm down, man. Your energy is messed up. Relax. Just ask me where I got my quote unquote translation from. It's that simple.
Okay, where'd you get your translation from?
Thank you very much. The very word mutashabbah, the word shabbah, consistently in the Quran is translated as resemble. Most of the times, in every translation that you can find, most of the times it will be translated as resemble or similar. It is only in the verse that you just quoted, or another verse, that they throw some ambiguity in it and translate it in various different ways. But in most of the occurrences of this word, regardless of the translator, it is either resemble or similar, because that's what the word means.
I would agree with your methodology, the same way that Sam Garens uses his methodology of every time a word is used, you need to try to assimilate it into the context, and the every other time that it's used.
One minute. Iron Man, 1 second. Iron Man, you need to fix your devices, bro. Your mic is not on and your camera's not on. So they won't let me let you in until you connect those two.
Now,
at least your mic needs to be working.
But the thing is, though, you listed off different meanings of the words that we were talking about earlier, return, and you even try to go to restore, where restore still didn't work on it. Like it's still, because the point is that it has a starting point.
To be honest with you, it doesn't matter what's brought to you when it comes to that verse, because you've made up your mind. Why so? Your whole energy is.
That's not the same thing about you. That's not the same thing about you.
It's not at all. Not at all. I'm genuinely trying to have a conversation with you. But your energy is, I'm trying to prove you wrong. I'm going to prove you wrong. Like, relax.
No.
Relax. First and foremost, understand this. When you said that I put on apologetics, blah, blah, blah. No, it is common sense. First and foremost, this Quran, the first audience that it was delivered to was allegedly those 7th century Arabs. So it's going.
That's not what the Quran says.
Are you gonna let me finish, bro? Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let
the Quran says that the message has been sent throughout history.
You can't do that, man. Fuck it up. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, this Quran was delivered to an Arabic audience, a 7th century Arabic audience. Therefore, it's going to be delivered in A, a language they understand, and B, linguistics that they understand, like idioms and analogies and etc. that they understand. Now, obviously, the Quran is universal and it is for everyone, and everyone after that time will have the tools to understand what they understood. So, for instance, in this day and age, it's not difficult for us to understand that different cultures and different times have different phrases and different idioms that mean different things. It's not beyond our capacity to understand. So that does not prevent it from being universal at all. And the language that's being used at that time is simply, it's a simpler language. It's much more how do you put it? Yeah, layman terms, if you like. So there's nothing difficult about that. So for instance, these 2 verses that he picked on, it's just the sort of language that they would understand. There's nothing difficult about that. Yes, I am, man. My brother. Yo, speak up, bro.
Bro, can you hear me?
Just about.
I can hear you.
Go on, you're getting a bit better now.
Hello.
Yep, much better. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just about.
Okay.
Much better, yeah. How you doing, bro?
Hello.
Yep, much better. Can you hear me? You're gonna have to deal with that though. You're gonna have to mute us up.
In one browser, I can't hear you, and in the other browser, I can hear you. Yeah, so I think I've still got some.
Go work that out.
Shit, how the fuck I'm gonna do this now?
I'm gonna mute you until you work that out, yeah? Go work that out. But yeah. So the 2 verses that you picked on is just simple language that they would understand. So yeah. So the first 2 things that you do when you're looking at a book is 1, A, you have to consider how the audience that it was initially intended for, how they're gonna understand it. And 2, you're gonna have to basically understand the whole theme and context and everything with it. My connection, shit. Don't do that. Let me let in why so.
He needs to back out and rejoin. What's happened is he has a latency problem with Streamlabs. So if he backs out of the link and then rejoins, it will reconnect his device.
Yeah.
I only know that because it's happened to me a few times. He's probably using headpieces instead of an interface. When you use an interface with your system, you can go to your computer's system profile and it links up directly because it's through the the USB. But when you use a headset, it causes problems with it all.
What's my mic saying?
You see, there you go. We can hear you now.
Is my mic all right?
Yeah, your mic's fine, but it did cut off a couple of times when you kicked me. I don't know if that was Allah's will kicking in or not, but as soon as you kicked me, you started breaking up. That's a fact. When you watch the live stream tomorrow, you'll see that I'm not lying. It was like instantaneous.
I am man.
Assalam, bro. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace, my brother. Peace. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Wa ant.
Good to hear from you finally, man.
Bro, it's nice to meet you, bro. I've been waiting for this moment for a while, so alhamdulillah.
Inshallah, man. We're here.
So, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
I'm gonna mute up until y'all speak to me.
We're gonna welcome you right now. Furthermore, Iron Man, why don't you have a conversation with White Soul for a sec?
What, a conversation? Yeah, why not? Yeah, how's Cameron?
Nah, Cameron.
Yeah.
Inshallah, man. He's
Why should I have to have my camera on?
No, he's asking for Cameron. Some other bloke. It's the name of a dude.
Okay, anyway, do you still go down Speaker's Corner?
I haven't been down there for a while though, nah. But I might do.
Okay.
Are you in London? Are you outside of London?
I'm outside.
Yeah, I had a feeling you were.
Anyway, I just wanted to ask you, have you been reading any of my comments anywhere on YouTube?
Yeah, some of them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
You've been my main backup, bro.
Yeah, bro, I've been defending you, bro, every time.
Yeah, I've seen that, bro. I've seen that.
Chance, yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
help me out with White Soul, man. White Soul is he's up for it tonight. And I ain't got no energy, so deal with him, please.
Who? Deal with who?
This guy,
White Soul religious.
Yeah.
I don't think I can deal with him, bro.
I think you can.
I think I've presented some ayah in the chat, and it's all to do with Allah's will. You see, whoever of us wants to walk the straight path, if we wish to walk the straight path, we cannot will this unless Allah wills it. Lord
That's
of
true.
The worlds.
But that's what he was scared though. Then he's gonna be like, all right.
Yeah, everyone is looking for guidance. Everyone is looking for the straight path. But the thing is, if Allah doesn't will it, wishes it, it's impossible.
That's very true.
So it's all in Allah's hands. Yeah.
That's
Allah
true, but we have to put the caveat. We have to put the caveat that
so
Allah,
the thing is, you know what?
Allah will guide them if they want to be guided.
Yeah, we can't do anything to anybody. It all depends on Allah's will.
I know, but you have to say though, brother, that they also have to want it. Like if they want it, Allah would guide them. So it's because they don't.
I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of people who are willing it. Look, for example, the traditionalists, they go pray 5 times a day. Yeah, they're asking for Allah to guide them, but are they really being guided?
But that doesn't make them any better.
This is a question, you have to ask yourself.
Okay, I have, brother. Hear me out, though. That doesn't actually make them any better than all the other people that follow false religions and pray and are devoted in their false religions. Just because you're devoted in your false religion doesn't mean that you're any better. See what I mean?
Well, actually, one could state that in the Quran, was it Surah Kalam, Qalam, I think. Just off the top of my head, where where Allah talks about, I know that you stay up 1/3 or 2/3 of the night, but the nighttime is the time to reflect on Allah, and He wishes ease on you, right? And that it says that the Quran itself is the actual prayer of Allah. And but traditional Muslims, like Sunnis, let's say, think that Al-Fatiha is the prayer of Allah, when in reality you have a verse in the Quran that says that the whole Quran, whatever you can remember, is actual prayer towards Allah when you recite it.
Close. Very close.
This is just the top off of my head, and I'm not a Muslim.
No,
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just that's a huge verse. Actually, that's a huge ayah. Like it's one of the bigger ayahs in the Quran. So of course I'm not gonna like know it verbatim, but that to me, when I read that, and actually the first time I read it, it struck a chord with me about what the Quran actually is. And it's supposed to be Allah's words, right? Like His recitation, which makes it the holy concept for everybody to follow. And if you it actually says to recite what you can remember, and that Allah will bestow praise upon you because you remembered at least a portion of His words. And the very first time I read it, that was one of the like fundamental things I learned about Islam that I feel like traditional Islam, if you want to call it that way, doesn't actually focus on.
I think the verse you're talking about is 1779. And if you read the verse before and get a context, it's actually addressing the Prophet. And it's basically talking about when he was collecting the Quran and reciting it to them day and evening, evening and day, evening and morning. So it's about the collection of the Quran and the remembering of the Quran and then reciting it in the morning and in the evening.
No, it's not. It's actually 73:20. So the one wrapped in garments. I'm sorry, I was wrong about the Quran. Indeed, your Lord knows that you stand 2/3 of the night, or half of it, or a third of it, and a group of those with you. And Allah determines at night. He has also known that you will not be able to do it, as is turned you fit. But so recite what is easy of the Quran. As so that,
okay,
that's
you're talking about different verse, but it's still the same point. Number one, it's addressing the Prophet. And number two, he's the one reciting the Quran. And the Quran is recited to the people. It's not recited back to Allah.
I don't know why you thought we were. I don't understand why you thought we were disagreeing about that concept.
No, we're not. I'm just saying.
But the Quran verse that I just mentioned talks about other people being with him. Yes. Trying to do the same thing as him, and Allah is telling them at that time not to do it, but just to recite what is easy for you, and that the nighttime is a time for appreciation and remembrance of Allah, but just to make your lives easier, because you're also going to have to be up all day to do work and stuff like that. So because also in 185 of the Quran, when he talks about Ramadan, he talks about Allah wishes ease for His believers, right? Like, so the whole message is that Islam is supposed to be a religion of ease, and I feel like typical Muslims don't follow that concept. They try to make Islam hard. because there is a verse in the Quran that says that in the past they made things halal that are haram, but in the future they will make things haram that are halal. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Actually, let me ask you this: why would you even call Islam a religion according to the Quran?
Well, I mean, by the definition of religion that existed before the Quran, it fits that definition.
If we're gonna say, okay, besides the fact that there's an element, obviously there's the fact that there's believing in God involved. Other than that, what would make you call Islam a religion? Like, how would you identify it as a religion?
Because it's a faith-based belief of something that isn't proven, that has ritualistic tendencies.
Okay, hold on. I said besides the fact that there's believing in God involved. So put that aside. What else?
So then it's still ritualistic tendencies to appease a lifestyle that has an ending that isn't proven.
Okay, give me an example. What do you mean?
So ritualistic: bow, prostrate, and recite.
Okay,
now,
can I interrupt you there?
Now that is ritualistic because it actually says in the Quran
where
to pray Where
did you get bow, prostrate, and recite? Where, like,
are you claiming that the no, I'm not saying that you have to do a specific way, but are you claiming that the Quran does not tell you that Allah wants you to bow, prostrate, and then to recite?
Yes. Furthermore, what I'm saying to you is the word bow and the word prostrate are not literal in the Quran. Furthermore, the word bow, it means to yield or humble, and the word prostrate is actually submit. So it has nothing to do with prostrate physically.
So neither
is connected to the recitation.
So when you do I imagine you do 3 times a day, right? As a Quranist, no. You don't do 5 times?
No, I don't do 3 times.
So you don't do any times?
No, I remember God in the morning and in the evening.
Okay, so you do 2 times. That's fine.
Yeah,
but you don't. So you just do it standing, sitting. It doesn't matter your position.
No, just it's internal. If you read chapter 7, 205, read chapter 7, 205, and you'll see it.
Now, this actually goes against even the Quranists that 7:107:2. Wait, what?
7:205.
Now, this even goes against the Quranists that I have studied. I've studied a few. And remember yourself in humanity and fear without being apparent in speech in the mornings and evenings, and do not be among the heedless. Now, yeah, I've also heard that too, but there's also the verse in the Quran where you're supposed to be among people, right? Like small gatherings. It says in the Quran that you're supposed to...
That was when the messenger was conveying the message.
So you believe in abrogation?
No.
Okay, so then I don't understand your concept on that. But
no, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to tell this guy that his understanding and the traditional understanding of the word raku, sujood, is not a physical kind of thing. Sujood is not a physical prostration, and ruku is not like a physical bowing. My understanding of ruku is taking heed. Sujood is surrendering, submitting. So,
okay, so I guess I kind of have a question about this. 77. Woe. So 77:47 starts. Woe that day to the deniers, and when it is said to them, bow, They don't. Woe that day to the deniers. But it's the same word
Which ayah
with the
are you
same
referring
with the
to?
same with the same. I just gave it to you with the
What,
same
77,
context.
7?
With the same context
That context is talking about
of
yielding.
47. Okay.
That context, think about it. It's clearly talking about yielding.
yeah, but I'm
Woe
saying
on
with the
that
same
day to the
context.
rejectors, and then it says, when they are told, bow down, they do not bow down. Or bow, actually, not even bow down. I don't know why they
So
put that.
then, with the same context of 2277, O you who have believed, bow and prostrate and worship your Lord and do good.
Exactly. That's basically yield and submit and serve your Lord and do good. Has
So
nothing to
really, but all you're doing is trying to say that you know the context better than what has been around for so long. You know.
I'm not saying anything. You go ahead and bring me a context that makes it obvious that it's physical. Bring me one.
Okay, I mean, 243, and establish prayer and zakat and bow with those who bow.
Yep. So yield with those who yield. That's the whole
So
point.
that's your interpretation of the word, right?
No, but look, the word bow, even if we talk about in its English sense, the word bow can mean to yield and it can mean to physically bow. It depends on the context, right? So what I'm trying to say to you, in this particular context, or in any context in the Quran, it will mean to yield. It will not mean to physically bow.
But if you actually you can look at it by the word for word. I'll send this, and you defend it against this. One second. Okay, it's in the back chat. So, shit, I lost it. There we go. So they bow, right? So, and then you use another reference and bow down. And if you go to the word for word, this is a verb. This is a verb.
What's the
like
verse?
You know. So 3:43, and Mary, be devout, obedient to your Lord, and prostrate and bow with those who bow. So, but the fact is, it's a verb. It's an action. Like, you can submit, right? You can, but that's not an action.
How's yielding not an action?
But no. Yielding is not an action, because that can be
not an action.
So, if somebody tells me,
how is yielding not an action?
If somebody tells me, like Allah is saying to bow and bow down, like in 3:43, and bow down, then that is a verb. Okay, so that's the verb. But if somebody tells me that I need to relinquish, if somebody tells me to relinquish, then that doesn't mean that I am actually doing anything other than a lack of action. Such as
no one's talking about
I've been mugged before, right?
Where you getting relinquished from? Where'd you get relinquished from?
No, I'm just trying to use another
yielding.
Yeah, yielding. Okay, yeah. That's the word you use.
Yeah.
If yield
is yielding an action or not?
Not always.
What?
Yielding is not always an action.
If it's not an action, what is yielding?
Yielding can actually be so if you yield, right, you don't have to be in motion to yield to something, which would be a verb.
We're talking about action here. We're talking about the word verb. Verb is simply an action. That's all it is.
Yes,
so yielding an action or not?
Yielding is not always an action. Like if I drive up to a roundabout, I don't know what you call them in England, but let's say I drive up to a roundabout and I stop, right? As I am stopped, I am actually yielding to traffic, even though I am not moving.
Is stopping an action?
Yeah, but stopping is not the word that we're talking about. Because actually, when I come to the roundabout, I can continue going if traffic allows it, which means I do not have to stop or yield.
Why
Do
so?
you understand that?
I'm not gonna
Do you
argue with
understand
you.
that?
I'm not gonna argue with you about everything. Go ahead, Google yielding and see if it's a verb or not.
Is it always a verb? That's the
Oh my
question.
God! It doesn't have to be. In this verse, it is. In this verse, the word yield.
You see when I pull
It
up
doesn't have to be.
when
The
I
thing
pull
is,
up
why
the
so,
when
bro?
I pull up the word when I pull up the transliteral on the site that I give you, they break it down into conjugatives, right? The actual breakdown of what the actual word is at the time it's being used, and it is a verb. So
Oh my God! And so is yielding. There is no way you could say yielding cannot fit in this verse. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying it cannot fit in this verse? How would you do that? Now, why are you arguing anything?
If I say, I yielded to traffic.
Bro, in this verse, are you saying yielding cannot fit? Is that what you're saying?
In which verse? I'm sorry?
This particular verse that you brought up. As a matter of fact, since we're talking about, oh Mary,
I'm asking you how is bow?
One second.
Bow?
1 minute. Since we're talking about, oh Mary, be obedient. Obedient. How does yielding not follow being obedient? And you tell me how bowing down does. And furthermore, if you're talking about physically bowing down, is that not simply a representation of yielding?
No.
Oh, really?
Bowing here is an actual is actually telling her to bow. Right, like the others do. Right, because your claim so bowing is actually a symbol of
is it a symbol of yielding?
It's a symbol of respect, and it's a symbol.
Okay, so, hold on. This is ridiculous.
The number has to be like 2.
It's getting intolerable now.
Third person, should not be.
That is arguing anything. Arguing anything.
Study is going on, yeah. When studying. Even when probably debating as well. You know what I mean? You can't have other people like interfering, yeah.
You will literally argue anything.
Well, that's what the Quran says, right? So why were you asking me earlier about it?
No, but you will argue anything. Like, you ain't even got no swagger, bro.
So, does 243 say bow down? In the Arabic, does it say bow down?
No. The word down.
Then look it up before you say no. Why you gotta?
Because I know the Arabic. I know the word down is not there. So
okay, then how do you, as a person who has not been peer reviewed, say in 243 wa'ir kayu does not mean and bow down?
First and foremost, the word down is not there. Secondly, even in English, the word bow, whether it's physical or it's talking about the mental, if you like, mentally yielding.
What is the word for bow then?
Are you gonna stop interrupting me every second?
No, because you made a claim and I asked you to look at the verse, and before you
Anyways, the word bow, as I was saying, even in English, whether it's literal or metaphorical, if you like, depends on the context. So contextually speaking, and see when it comes to the Quran, you've got 2 avenues to know what every single word means. So number 1, you've got the theme, you've got the entire theme of the Quran, and then number 2, you've got the context. So number 1, the theme of the Quran does not deal with rituals. It only deals with submitting and yielding to the laws of God. That's it. That's all it deals with. Therefore, you have no basis to assume otherwise. Number 1,
you don't believe that submitting is a form of ritual.
Dealing with the theme, that is.
You don't believe that submitting is a form.
Dealing with the theme, that is. So when it comes to when it comes to dealing with the theme of the Quran, it's about submitting to the laws of God. That's the entire theme of the Quran. That is what's called the Sunnah of Allah. You understand? Number two, you've got the context that it comes in the Quran. For instance, this context that we're talking about, Mary, oh Mary, be obedient to your Lord. Now, be obedient to your Lord. What follows that is submit, is what follows that. Prostrate doesn't follow that. Submit does. So you've got the theme of the Quran, and then you've got the context that you find these words in. It's that simple, man. Goodness me, bro. And you know what? I can tell why so religious just wants to argue. I ain't got no energy for that shit. Yo, Iron Man.
Yo.
Yeah, what are you saying, bro?
I'm okay, mate.
Man literally just wants to argue, fam.
Well, you know what? You should mute him.
I can't deal with that kind of shit. Now, I gave him a chance. I thought, you know what? Let's have an adult conversation. But when I realized he's literally just nitpicking on anything, come on, man, I ain't got time for that.
You know what? People who argue, you know, they're not usually looking for the truth.
Of course they're not.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, to me it's just an excuse, to have some form of engagement.
Bro, out of all the arguments you could have come up with, did you not see the argument he came up with about the whole vision business?
The vision, you know what? I stopped following him.
Same here. I couldn't take him serious.
You know what? Following's not my style. I mean, if they're talking about Quran, I mean, he was, but then we've got his imagination to deal with then, and people's imagination, dealing with it is a tricky business. Because you know what, there's all kinds of people imagining all kinds of things. Yeah, for example, people say that, I mean, for example, I had an incident with some scholar, and I was trying to say to him, that look, Allah tells us that the Quran is fully detailed. Right, he's saying it's not fully detailed. And the argument that he brought was, Allah doesn't tell us about fish in the sea, whether it is halal or haram. So this is a scholar, who prays 5 times a day, who probably reads his Tarawiyah. He's probably sat behind an imam, and he's probably done it for over 30 years. And when he comes across the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clearly tells us that everything that you catch in the sea is halal, and this guy is saying that Allah hasn't told us about fish in the sea, whether it is halal or haram, but the Prophet has told us in the Hadiths.
Bro, I've heard worse than that, bro. I've heard worse than that.
Yeah, and you know what happened?
I've heard people talk about relations in that as well.
Let me finish, please. Yeah, in this debate, there was a Hafiz there. Yeah, and the Hafiz, he found out, that Allah does mention fish in the sea being halal.
Yeah.
And then he whispered the ayah in Arabic.
595.
When he whispered it,
596.
I actually recognized it, and I go, that's the ayah.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what ayah and surah it is? And you know what happened? The scholar, he suffered some severe cognitive dissonance. And he was trying to find methods, ideas where he could debunk what Allah is saying. Allah is saying it's fully detailed. He's trying to find ideas in his head that it's not fully detailed. And you know what he said? He says that if an English woman is drowning in the sea, and if you catch her, is she halal or haram? Has Allah told us if she is it halal or haram? I couldn't believe it. That these people, they don't realize what they are saying, they don't realize what they are doing, and don't realize what they are thinking. So
I've heard
why are
more.
we taking our deen, from these individuals? Yeah, why are we taking our deen from these individuals, who don't know what they're saying, doing, and thinking? Yeah, and all we're doing is we are presuming that they have knowledge. We're presuming that they are guided, but are they really guided?
To be honest with you, the Quran has already told us about why people do what they do in it. So when it comes to this, the Quran has already told us people simply follow their forefathers. And the other thing that people do is they like to follow the majority in it. So as you can see, either A, they're following their forefathers, and B, the so-called reverts, that they're the ones that actually piss me off because I don't understand. Like they left some falsehood, they find the Quran, and then they allow themselves to be, you know, to be diverted into another falsehood. You see what I'm saying to you? But what happens to them is they get overwhelmed by the numbers. Do you see what I'm saying? So on both occasions, bro, if you will find this in every so-called religion or even these atheists, they literally either A, they're following their forefathers, whatever is the norm in the society, or B, they follow the crowd, whatever is
Yeah, that's true. That.
whatever is in fashion. Like nowadays, you have like these so-called ex-Muslims, they are pissing me off. I really, really want to get to them. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because what's annoying me about them is, all right, you have some questions about, you know, the particular sect that you was what is he talking about? What line? The atheist.
Yeah,
Let's
was it
stop.
ex-Muslims? Was it
Huh?
atheists?
I don't know. It looks like some atheists. He's talking about 1.4K views. He's a bunch of atheists. Anyways, check this, yeah. What was I saying? So yeah, all right. They have some questions about the particular sect that they were born into, or whatever, blah blah blah. But then okay, so they don't, so they disagree with the particular sect that they're into. But then they go and make a full 360 degrees U-turn. You see what I'm saying? Like they go the extreme opposite end, 180. You feel me?
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
and
I've
then
seen
they
that.
think and then they think atheism is just like the way they talk about atheism, like they talk as though a universe without God is can be taken for granted. Do you see what I mean? Like it's for certain. Like the people that believe in a God are the ones with faith. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like their position is the default. But yeah, they're the ones I really want to get, man.
Anyway, look, is there a possibility we can exchange numbers after this?
Of course, bro. Of course, man. We can deal with this. No worries. But yeah, I'm disappointed though, man. I really wanted to talk to white so religious, but I can't deal with that kind of energy, man. It's the energy I can't deal with.
Anyway, I've got a question for you. Do you think this Quran-only community is growing?
Um,
I mean, to me, it looks like it. Yeah, because I started roughly about 7 years ago, and it was very quiet in them days.
it looks like it's growing, but it's not gonna grow like you would think it would. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like the what, like the people that want camaraderie, the people that want identity and, you know, structure and rituals and stuff like that, they're not going to find it in the Quran, and they're not going to be happy when they don't.
Yeah, you're right there. Yeah, because my understanding is, yeah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He doesn't require rituals.
But that's what people want. People
Yeah,
want
I know that. I know
identity.
that
They want
everyone is
something.
looking
They want a
for
little
a
pillow.
ritual, aren't they?
Huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, they can try Halloween.
I don't know, bro. People want identity markers. Wallahi, there's nothing like, especially, you know, the prostration. I'm telling you, man, that's a that's a line you can't cross. You can never convince them that, you know, they don't need to do that. Can't tell them anything. So the Quran, I'm telling you, man, the people that will accept the Quran will only be people who are willing to, you know, like, ask these tough questions for themselves and be genuinely convinced by the Quran themselves. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's people who are willing to do the intellectual search for themselves. Those are the only people that will be convinced by the Quran. But
Yeah, you've got a good point there.
anyone who wants some sort of anything to do with emotions, the Quran won't help you, man.
Well, Allah does tell us, yeah, أَفَلَا يَتَدَبَّرُونَ الْقُرْآنَ أَمْ عَلَىٰ قُلُوبٍ أَقْفَالُهَا. Will they not ponder, study, reflect upon the Quran, or are there locks upon their
It's the
hearts?
21st century, bro. Like, how many people do you think, reflect, and ponder? People can't be asked with such stuff.
Yeah, anyway, most people are content in it with what they have.
One sec, I'm getting a drink. What you saying?
Said most people are content with what they have.
Totally,
Yeah,
bro.
they're happy in it with what they've inherited or what they've been spoon fed with.
Totally. You can't tell them anything. You cannot tell them anything. I don't bother. It's like, a lot of people think I have a certain quote unquote interpretation, but nowadays I reach a level, I swear to you, wallah, I don't add a single word. Just read the verse as it is. Like, for instance, the other day, someone mentioned Salah, yeah, and how people translate Salah differently, blah, blah, blah. And all I did was quote 1183 to 87, 1778, and 2945. And what was the other one? 2945, 17106, 7204, and that's it. That's all you need to understand what the word Salah means. Like, I don't need to add a single word. Just read those verses and you'll understand what Salah means.
Yeah, I think I've made a note of them verses.
Like, no translation from anybody necessary. Read it yourself. That's all it takes. You know what I mean? Same with Ramadan really baffles me how that one sneak past people. Mm?
Yeah, go on, elaborate.
All right. So you have all right. So you have أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. Yeah.
Okay, which surah number ayah? Chapter 2, verse 100
Chapter 2, 183.
183. Okay.
So the purpose of Siyam is for taqwa. Yeah? لعلكم تتقون.
So that you may guard against evil, yeah?
Yeah, so it's God consciousness, basically. Taqwa.
Yeah. Yeah, taqwa, yeah.
All right. Remember that, yeah? Siyam is a means to taqwa. Now,
Yeah.
we can read the next verse, but what we really want is the verse after. 2185. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن وهدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم. You see that much?
Yeah.
Okay, see what's connected now? So those who witness the month, in quotations, those who witness the month shall siyam. Yeah? What month are we talking about? The month in which the Quran came down. So now watch, siyam and the Quran is connected. Because those who do siyam are those who witness the coming down of the Quran.
Yeah, that's right.
You see that?
Yeah.
All right. So now you have three things connected. You have siyam, Quran, and taqwa. Because siyam is a means to taqwa, and those who do siyam are those who witness the coming down of the Quran.
Okay, got you.
You got me?
Yeah.
Okay, before I move on, I could simply just ask you from there, if people were free to think for themselves, yeah, they would have asked, what has fasting got to do with witnessing the coming down of the Quran?
Yeah, I mean, the hunger strike, yeah.
Yeah, what's it got to do with the coming down of the Quran? Because think about it. The people who are doing Siyam are the people who witness the coming down of the Quran, right?
Yeah.
How do you connect fasting to the coming down of the Quran? I mean, you might as well say play five-a-side football for those who witness the coming down of the Quran. There's no difference. They have no...
Yeah, they connect it with 187, don't they?
Sorry?
Yeah, they connect the hunger fasting with ayah number 187.
Okay, well, before we get there, they have to still deal with ayah 185.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? How do you connect fasting to witnessing the coming down of the Quran? Like, what has one got to do with the other?
Well, the only thing is, there is no connection. Hunger strike and witnessing of the Quran.
Yeah, like how does anyone come to the conclusion, yeah, God has sent us a revelation, let's fast? How do you do that?
Well, the only way it can be done is if someone follows somebody else's imagination.
I'm glad you said that, because that's not evident from the Quran, is it?
No, it isn't. Your imagination isn't evidence.
Thank you very much. Now, what is evident though is we have Siyam, Quran, and Taqwa connected. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you something quickly. I've done a video on it not so long ago. Go to chapter 6. Go to chapter 6, 51.
Okay. Okay, got it. It says, warn thereby those who fear that they will be gathered unto their Lord, for whom there is no protecting ally nor intercessor beside him, that they may ward off. لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ.
Same word, taqwa.
Yeah.
Yeah? And when it says warn them with what?
Because it doesn't actually say in this particular ayah. It says warn hereby.
Hereby means the Quran. Hereby is the Quran, basically. Bihi.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can go with that.
I'll give you the Arabic 1 second. Yeah, وَأَنذِرْ bihi. Bihi is the Quran.
Bihi, yeah. I mean, bihi should be with it, isn't it?
Yeah, with it.
Bihi with it.
Yeah,
So, I mean, over here, the translators used hereby.
yeah. Translation is
So,
not
you
so
know
great.
what? It is what it is.
Yeah, but you and I know it's with it referring to the
Yeah,
Quran.
that's
So
right.
through warning with the Quran, one achieves taqwa. You see that?
Yeah.
So taqwa and Quran is connected, and siyam and Quran is connected,
Yeah.
and siyam and taqwa is connected.
Hmm.
Do you see how you see how they all go together?
That's right.
All right. Now we're gonna go to the 187 that they play about with.
Yeah, me and my friend, we were discussing this the other day.
It's actually
187. So,
yeah, it's actually a lot easier than people think.
yeah, that's right. You just have
All they've
to
done,
focus a little bit.
yeah, all they've done is you see where it says kulu and washrabu. They've
Yeah.
said they said it means eat and drink.
Hmm.
The moment they challenged on that, their whole game gets destroyed
Yeah.
because oh, all right, the word kulu and washrabu also means to consume and absorb in the Quran itself. We don't have to go any
Okay.
further. Like if we go to chapter 293, it uses absorb for washrabu. And as for consume, you will find that throughout the Quran. So the word
Okay,
can
that's
also mean
interesting.
consume and absorb. However,
Hmm.
before we even introduce that, even if we go with their argument and and we evaluate this eat and drink argument, eat and drink what? Like, how would you introduce eat and drink? Because it has to fit in the context. You can't just force it in. Do you see what I
Hmm.
mean? So the context
Yeah.
has to allow eat and drink. There's nothing in this context that allows eat and drink. You can't just introduce it.
Hmm.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like okay, for instance, the verse talks about أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَى نِسَائِكُمْ. Permitted for you in the nights of Siyam is to approach your wives. They are garments for you, and you are garments for them. God knows that you used to betray yourselves, and He has redeemed you, and He has pardoned you. So now, see? So now. And then they say, have intercourse with them. This is their translation. So
Yeah.
now, have intercourse with them. And then he goes, and seek what God has decreed for you. And then out of nowhere, and eat and drink. How do you follow that? How do you go from have intercourse with them, seek what God has decreed for you, and eat and drink?
Yeah.
How does
Yeah.
that follow?
Yeah. 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 That's a good point. That.
How does it follow?
Yeah. It doesn't. It just doesn't follow. Yeah. You're right. It doesn't.
You see what I'm saying? One minute you're talking about go have sex with your wives, and then
Mm.
next minute you're talking about seek what God has decreed for you, and by the way, they won't tell you what they mean, how they understand it. As a matter of fact, I actually put it on them once, and I said, look, so if you say have intercourse with them, what does seek what God has decreed for you mean? And then you know what they told me, bro?
Okay.
They told me it means basically hope for children.
Okay.
Imagine that. So they said, have intercourse with them and hope for children, basically. So when it says seek what God has decreed for you, it's talking about just hope to have children. That's what they said. I'm like, okay. So I let, but it gets worse. So we go from have intercourse with them, hope for children, and then we somehow go to eat and drink.
Eat and drink until.
Yeah. And then we go until it becomes distinct to you the white thread from the black thread. By the way, the white thread and the black thread get changed to night and day. There's a
Mm.
huge difference between night and black and day and white. God specifically chose the word black and white. You don't refer to day and night as black and white.
Yeah, yeah. I can see the word al-aswad there, yeah, which is black,
Exactly. The word
right?
is
Which is
al-abyad and al-aswad.
which is the word for white.
Al-abyad.
Al-abyad. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Which is white. Has nothing to do with bright or day or anything like that. It's
Got you,
white.
man. Yeah, yeah.
Do you get it?
Good one. Yeah,
They changed that. They changed that to day and night. Whereas we know that God is precise.
that's right. Good point.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they think they're justified in doing that because it says of dawn, min al fajr. But then even this dawn, they take it for granted because what does dawn mean in this context? They won't tell you. They just take it for granted. They want you to see it as the way they use it now.
hmm So basically, they
So
want you to follow the imagination.
yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, in terms of literacy, in terms of like the rules of reading, they break so many rules. It's a joke.
Mm,
You see what I mean?
yeah.
Now, so as I was saying, eat and drink. That it's completely unexplained. Eat and drink what? Like how did you fit that in this context? And is it a coincidence that if you was to translate it as consume and absorb, then all of a sudden you would be talking about contextually the Quran that they have just received, because they are to consume and absorb it
hmm
until it becomes distinct to them, the white thread from the black thread of dawn. Meaning, meaning until the Quran has become clear to them, black thread
Yeah.
and white thread, until it becomes black and white, in other words.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you.
You see what I'm saying? And the
Yeah.
reason it says of dawn is because it's a new dawn. The coming down of the Quran is a new dawn, isn't it? You know that saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you. Yeah. Good one.
So contextually, that's what it would fit. And furthermore, that would go with, when you say, when it says, watch how it would go, yeah. أحل لكم ليلة الصيام الرفث إلى نسائكم هن لبأس لكم وأنتم لبأس لهن علم الله أنكم كنتم تختانون أنفسكم فتاب عليكم وعفى عنكم فالآن. So now باشروهن, they said have intercourse with them just so they can play with the seek what God has decreed for you. However, باشروهن, just for to be nice with them, I'm going to say associate with them. Yeah,
hmm
watch this. So now associate with them and seek what God has decreed for you. Where do you find what God has decreed for you?
Yeah.
Where would you
Wait
find
a
what
minute.
God has decreed? There you go, in the Quran.
Yeah.
Do you get it? So
Yeah.
so when it says seek what God has decreed for you, it's talking about the Quran, and consume and absorb it. That's the whole purpose of the Quran being revealed. That's just what goes with the context. The context is talking about the Quran here.
Okay. Right.
The
Right. I
context is
understand
talking
you.
about a training to make you God conscious. That
hmm
training involves the Quran. It is for you to seek what Allah has decreed for you and for you to consume and absorb it until it becomes black and white. That's the whole purpose of the Quran. That's what the whole context is talking about.
hmm
So Siyam, I can tell you in every single other verse that you'll find it in. Go to 492, 589, 595, 33, 55, 19, 26, and 58, 4. And the last one is 2196. Those are all the verses that you will find Siyam. And Siyam is basically a training to make you have taqwa. And the only training that you can undergo to make you have taqwa is through the revelation. That's the whole purpose of the revelation, is to train you, is to remind you so that you may gain taqwa. Fasting from food is not going to do that for you. And you don't get that from the Quran.
Yeah. Good point.
Basically, you have to change the Quran a lot to, you know, to get all of this stuff.
Anyways, is your real name Ahmed?
Oh, me.
Yeah. Or is that an alias?
It's an alias. It's an alias.
Okay.
See, look at Vegeta, yeah. Vegeta, come on, bro. Come. Don't be shy, bro. Here, let me send you the link. There's the link. Jump on. You know what the funny thing is, bro? Yeah, I love how people try and make these things subjective. Because at the end of the day, yeah, bro, this is what it comes down to. Do we have a context here or not? Number one. Number two, the word, I will allow you eat and drink as long as you can fit it in the context. They can't do it. They can never fit eat and drink in that context. How we talking about training for the purpose of taqwa, talking about the coming down of the Quran, and then seeking what God has decreed for you, and then somehow eat and drink.
Yeah.
Quran versus Hadith is killing me, bro. Kidding.
Sorry?
But yeah, Vegeta, jump on, man.
His understanding is not eat or drink, it's something else. Something like, was it objectify or something?
Well, some people eat pages from the Quran, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Maverick, what was your understanding of this eat and drink? Was it something like objectify and
Huh?
yeah, your understanding of eat and
Nah,
drink,
the word simply means consume and absorb. That's the
consume and
only thing that will fit that context.
yeah, okay, yeah, consume and absorb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I'll have to verify that.
Bro, think about it. What was 2183 to 2187 talking about? It's talking about the coming down of the Quran and
Yeah,
siyam for the purpose of taqwa.
that's right.
Okay.
Siam is definitely mentioned 183 with
Watch
Taqwa.
this here. Now, this is what has to happen in order to inject, eat and drink and inject fasting. What happens is 2183 and up until 2187 is talking about Siyam, Quran, and Taqwa. So the moment you introduce fasting and you introduce eat and drink, what goes out of the picture is the coming down of the Quran. All of a sudden, the coming down of the Quran becomes entirely irrelevant. And now what becomes you know the crux of the whole thing simply becomes fasting,
Yeah,
and somehow that fasting leads to the taqwa, and the
yeah,
Quran becomes completely forgotten about.
yeah, man, good point,
This is what happens automatically, because the context is talking about the coming down of the Quran. What happens to that? All of a
That's
sudden it means nothing.
out of the window, isn't it?
It goes out the window.
But then again, it doesn't, yeah, because they've got the Salatul Taraweeh.
Yo.
But even then, yeah, I don't think, yeah, most people are following the actual Qiraat. Yeah, I think the mind probably wanders off
Of
in
course.
other areas. So they're
Of
not
course.
really following the Imam and what he is saying. I mean, we all know that, the majority of the so-called Muslims are non-Arabs, so they
Yeah.
don't even understand Arabic language.
Yeah.
So do they either inherited the Deen religion? Yeah, depends on what side of the line you're on. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, they either inherited it or they learnt it through, you know, their own language.
Applying that, yeah. That's how it usually is. But the point is this. The point is, it's not even about. Wallahi, this is not a matter of position. It's not a matter of whether one believes in the Sunnah or whether one believes in the Quran alone or anything of the sort. This is just a simply. This is simply a matter of is one like does one care about literacy? Does one care about integrity? Like, do you care about your ability to read? That's what it bottom line comes down to. If reading allows you to insert and edit as you wish, then so be it. But you wouldn't do that with any other book. You just would not treat any other book like that. And the fact that you would treat the Quran less than you would treat any other book, that's just highly disrespectful.
Yeah, but most people do. They use the Quran, yeah, for personal gains, bro. And you know this.
Like, you see this guy right now, Simba Ninja. You have no
No.
clue about the Quran. You know what the funny thing is, yeah? I've because people have made them kind of remarks, yeah. I've reached the stage now, bro. I don't say a word. I just literally recite back the verses to them, and they still have a problem. So your problem then is not the person, then is it? It's the verses. Like right now, when we were discussing 187 and 183 and all of that, did I present anything? Did we do anything but read the verses? Even if we talk about the word consume and absorb, that's what the word allows. That has nothing to do with me presenting anything. The word kulu is translated as consume in other contexts. The word washrable is translated as absorb in other contexts. So who decides what it means in this context?
Yeah, man, good point though. Yeah, because
Who
I
does
think
it?
this goes on quite often, yeah. You know, the imams, clergy, scholars, for some strange reason, they are deciding what these words mean.
But
For
you know what
example,
the funny thing is though?
salah.
I'm not even telling them. I'm not even deciding it for them, bro. I'm giving them the alternatives that exist. And then I'm telling them, look, you read the context yourself. If you have the ability to read, then you should be able to solve it. It's not difficult. Like, okay, you see what's all right. Simba Ninja said, what's the context? All right, no problem. Read it from 2183 and 2187. And Simba, please justify, eat, and drink. I dare you.
You know what happens? Yeah, yeah, Maverick. Yeah, people
Yeah.
have taken certain words from the Quran, like salah, sayyam, qibla, sujood, ruku, yeah, and they've superimposed rituals onto it. Basically, someone's imagination.
Hold on, one minute. He said, I'm interpolating because it allows it, blah, blah, blah. No. Let's correct one thing. Be- I'm for I'm forced to translate it in English for you because that's the language we're speaking. However, if we kept it in its Arabic, if we kept kulu and washrabul in its Arabic, it would be determined by the context whether it's consume and absorb or eat and drink. It would be determined by the context. Like, you cannot take it for granted at all that it has anything to do with eat and drink until you read the context. Am I lying there?
Allah decides, isn't it? Allah decides what kulu
Actually,
and washrabu
Vegeta is here now. Yo, Vegeta,
Go on.
is that true or not?
Yeah, Allah decides what the meaning of kulu or washrabu means.
No, Vegeta,
Go ahead.
brother. Language has rules. All language has rules, bro. And one thing all language have in agreement is that words are determined by their context. It's the same in any language. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So
Yeah.
Whether this word is eat and drink or consume and absorb is determined by the context. That's not even disputable.
Keep going, man. Because
No, am I lying, Vegeta?
you say context, but you decide the context yourself. You're gonna say the context means this. 'Cause right now you said that the dawn means the new dawn of the Quran. Like where you
Okay,
get
no,
that
no,
from?
no, no. Listen, listen.
That's some
We'll
Jesus English
discuss.
stuff. Yeah.
We'll discuss where the context starts from, etc. No problem. But do you agree that words are determined by the context?
Words are determined by the context. Yeah.
That's it.
Well, no, but the Quran. Yeah. This is how my understanding. The Quran is determined. Allah gives the Prophet ﷺ the recitation, and then He gives him the elaboration. And that's based on Surah Al-Qiyamah.
I beg your pardon?
Allah gives the Prophet ﷺ the recitation. ثم after that, then He gives him the elaboration.
Then he gives him the elaboration.
Yeah.
Just him alone.
Then He elaborates the
Surah,
sorry.
please.
Let me correct myself. Then He elaborates the verses.
Elaborates it.
Yeah,
So it's not just. So it's
Can
not
you
just
give me the Surah ayah number?
75, 16 to 20. Where's the Iron Man here? 1 minute.
I know the one
75.
he should, but he
I
corrected
gave
me.
Iron Man, you know Vegeta, man. I was giving you. Why you delete all your comments, bro? When me and you were going back and forth.
Huh?
Go on, sorry. Can you say that again?
On
Me
couple of
deleting your comments?
me,
I don't delete anyone's comments.
yeah, you deleted all the comments, blood.
Whose comments?
No,
Today?
not my one. You deleted your own ones, blood.
I deleted
Not
my
today,
own
blood.
comments.
Me and you
I
was
don't
going
delete
back
my
and forth
comments.
a couple of months ago.
Allah is my witness that I don't delete my comments. Yeah, Allah is my witness. So go on. Have you got a bigger
All
witness?
right, no problem.
Okay, go on. Continue.
That's it. Khalas, no problem.
All right.
No, man, you getting upset, bro. Don't
I'm
get
not
upset,
getting
bro.
upset, bro.
If you did delete it, no problem, bro.
This is
If you never
upset,
delete,
yeah.
no problem.
Yo, if this is upset, yeah, you haven't really seen me upset.
Yeah, but
Okay,
you know
so
what I mean.
I remember you talking about
Tone
what?
change,
Chapter
bro.
75, verse
16 to 19.
16
Bro, I'll
to
debate
19.
anybody, fam. Bring them. Furthermore, bro.
But yo, the thing is, Maverick. The
Yes,
thing is,
sir.
no.
Mm.
You saying the context is the white thread and the black thread. It means when the truth is separate from falsehood. What are you trying to say there?
Yes.
All right, man. I'm saying like, you know what I mean? The you know the Sunni side with the black thread and the white thread is known through the dawn of times when the fasting shuts down, innit?
Okay, can I interrupt you there?
Yeah.
Okay, here's my problem. My problem is I'm willing to allow you to tell me where you want to start the context from. Wherever you're willing to start the context from, yeah.
From Fatiha.
I just want to be consistent.
From Fatiha.
Huh?
Start from Fatiha. Surah Fatiha, verse 1.
Well, to you, bro. Okay, cool. You want the whole theme of the Quran? No problem.
Yeah.
I know all of by heart. What's your point?
That's what I'm saying, isn't it? Start from there, bro. Start from there, and the context finishes at Surah An-Nas.
You're being silly now.
Not silly, bit.
You are being silly now because this particular discussion about Siam, obviously, it has a context, does it not?
No, I'm saying the whole Quran. It doesn't. Isn't one of the. You even accepted this last time. Quran bil Quran.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, bro.
All right,
okay, you want to do the whole Quran? Cool, we'll do the whole Quran. Cool.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to start from?
Bro, you decided that because.
All right. Okay, I'll say this then. Yeah, and tell me where I'm when I'm swerving off. Okay.
All right.
You ready? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون.
All right, let's chill there. Which verse is that?
2:183.
Quran. Let me find it. Trust me, this guy Iron Man, bro. Your comments disappeared, man. You need to go and chat to some guys, bro.
Yo,
But we get back to that in a bit, bro.
what's your
We
YouTube?
get back to that in a bit. Don't worry, blood.
Yo, what's your YouTube name?
Vegeta, man. You know me, bro. What you talking about,
Yo,
man?
I
You
don't
know
know
me, man.
you.
Come
This
on,
is the
man. I
first
was
time
giving
we've
you
met.
up. No,
Yeah,
bro.
unless
If your memory is that weak, bro. If your memory is that weak, then you can't even say your witness is Allah because your witness shouldn't be considered. Your testimony should not even be considered if you witness.
Look, we've never spoken before.
We did speak, man. You know what I'm saying? We spoke, bro. You came over here. You keep repeating the same thing. Imagination, blood.
I am anti-social. Yeah, the only thing you're gonna see about me, yeah,
You are anti-social, definitely, bro.
on YouTube. Yeah, I've never done a live stream. Do you understand that? So I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah, I think you might have the wrong
We'll remind you later on, bro. Sorry about that. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyamu kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun.
Yes. Okay.
All you who have believed, decreed upon you is fasting.
Can we not translate it?
Now I'm reading it from Sahih International.
No, but okay, don't translate Siam. Just leave it as Siam. Just for argument's sake, just leave it as Siam in it. I'm saying from the context, it will become clear. We don't need to translate it, I promise you.
So people that read this verse, they don't know what fasting, what Siyam means. They won't know what Siyam means, bro.
They will know.
Okay, so what would they know?
Okay, let me tell you what they'll know. For instance, this verse that you've read right now, they will know that A, Siyam has been decreed to them. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
B, they will know that it has been decreed to those before them.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Who's before them?
To those before them. Well,
who would that be?
Okay, good question. The only people that the Quran has spoken to them as those before them are those who have received revelations before them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You with me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Siyam.
So the people in the Bible.
So yeah, of the people of the people of the book. So they will know
anyone of the book, brother. It's not the Bible or anything. It's anyone.
The believers, bro. The believers, yeah.
Oh, yo, Lil man, what's happening, brother? I ain't seen you for a while, bro. What's happening?
Now, Vijay is trying to run. Little man, don't give.
No, I'm just saying, Lil man, what's up, man? Then
he wants to run.
Win. That's my brother, man. What's up,
bro? Everyone know my brothers. I'm there. My brothers. I'm with you.
What's happening, little man? He said,
"Nine, my akhi, I'm with all my brothers. You hear me?"
We don't do akhi over here, bro. This is the wrong channel.
Oh
shit. If you're gonna promote the language, Somali language, okay, bro.
You know your rules, like. Oh shit!
Little man's right though. Or anyone off the book.
Sorry. Ahmed, man, I don't know any.
You what?
No, I'm saying I'm here.
We shot in the Somali language over here, fam.
Yeah.
That's what we do, bro.
Exactly. All right, cool. So I'm getting used to that. I'm knowing my place within that.
Saying that. We're gonna get
and a lot of man. At least I know there's something going on. Well, yeah. But there's a lot of man that doesn't even know there's nothing going on.
We're gonna get
so
you
it's
out
like,
of trouble,
it's
man.
a shock for me, but it's a shock for them though. Wow.
We're gonna get you out of that bubble, man. Don't you worry, man.
No, I'm good. I think I'm good. I'm saying them man.
Anyway, let me show Vegeta.
I think I own it. Khamar, yeah.
Well, yo, hey. My Ethiopian or Asian brother, you're sick at talking Somali, you know. You're good, good brother. Well, it's good. It's good. It's good, bro.
I have to decipher it, bro.
Bro, he practiced hard. I've seen him. He done his thing.
A
Wallah,
little
he's
man.
good, you know.
A little man.
He's a
That's
good
what we
brother.
should be doing,
I
bro.
like this brother, you know. I like this guy. I like
Nah,
this guy.
Vegeta's the top man. But listen,
Vegeta, I like him, top man.
Vegeta.
Vegeta,
And
wallah,
listen,
I
little
like,
man.
I like Vegeta, you know.
When the
He's
nigga
got
sit
good
there, man.
heart, you can tell it. Got
When the nigga sit there, yo, listen.
go on. Sorry, bro.
That's what we should be doing, bro. We should be shouting
Yeah.
our language.
I know. Vegeta, wallah.
Because
Now, I'm not gonna lie though. Vegeta is a good guy though. Wallah, I don't know him, but I can tell he's a good heart. Like, you know what I mean?
I am so
Good
bad.
brother.
Bus, man.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't take praise, man. I'm not good,
I'm
man.
man.
I can't. I'm not good guy, man.
Now you
But I
are
appreciate it.
like. I'm not saying me in it. I'm not trying to say I'm good. I'm a good brother, but I can tell when there's a good brother in here trying to do a good thing. You know what I mean? I respect that. I respect that thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let's move on, bro.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. It's not about us. It's not about us. Safe. I mean, anyway, Ahmed, I'm here. I'm supporting. I don't know you. You don't know me. Try to do my thing. Get me. I'm here to support anyway. Yeah, I'm not on the joke anyway.
Vegeta.
Sir.
Sahib, I ain't letting you go, bro. Where were we? So
183 in it, bro. You said Sayyam.
So
I'm talking about the Ahlul Kitab.
Wait. So there's two things clear there, yeah? One, it's been prescribed, and two, the Ahlul Kitab has also had this prescription before us.
Yeah, but this is the thing I'm saying.
Those two are clear, yeah? There's a third thing that's clear. And the third thing is that the purpose of this Siyam is so that one may gain God consciousness. So there's three things that is clear from this Siyam, correct?
Exactly.
Correct?
All right, but
I agree.
This is the thing, innit, bro? You telling me that someone read this verse, yeah?
No one
they won't know what's going on until they read the next verse. They won't know what Siyam is.
No. The thing is, in my interpretation, is what do you think Allah meant?
Well, look, man, I've got this, man. Chill out, bro.
Sorry.
I got this.
No. Yeah, I think it's fasting as the traditional sense, innit?
Okay, now you're taking the piss.
No. I'm just letting a little man know.
Cool.
This is basically, I'm going by the traditional sense.
Exactly.
Maverick is going by his own.
Yeah.
No, you can't say that. Have I said anything that's my own so far?
No, you haven't. Go on.
Maverick's going by Sayyam on his own.
Maverick hasn't. Maverick hasn't made his own thing.
I'm trying to be consistent with it, bro.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying, yeah?
All right, go on.
So that's how much we got from 183. Yeah?
What'd you get?
But we didn't get one thing though. Sayyam,
you
ain't got a definition for Sayyam.
We got three things from there. We got one, it's prescribed for us. Two, it was prescribed to those before, the people of the book. And three, that it's designed to make you God conscious. So those three things.
I didn't get that free.
Yeah, but that's what Siyam does, isn't it? That's that. We agree upon that.
Yeah, I agree if you agree.
Okay. So
do we have a definition for Siyam?
I'll show you how we do. So now
you have to go to the next verse for it.
The next verse is going to give us the definition. 2:185.
No. We on 183 right now, isn't it?
Yeah,
but you know what I'm saying. So if someone here comes across that Sayyam, he has to go to 185 to find out what Sayyam is. That's what you're saying. Yeah?
That's the whole purpose of the context, bro. What the hell?
Otherwise, that makes sense. I'm away. Oh wait, can I catch up? No,
1 minute, because this one is gonna clear it. 2:185 just clears it straight away.
No problem. You can go skip to 185 then. If you want to go past 184.
All right, cool.
I'm not catching up, you man. I'm not there.
Watch how quick it clears it, yeah?
All right.
2:185 says, شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن وهدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصمه. So in the month of Ramadan is that in which the Quran was revealed, as guidance for mankind and clear proofs and the criterion. Hold on, little man.
Oh yeah, Quran Sard, bro. This guy is suffering from Quran Sard.
Where is he?
But yeah, you sorry. He's going through Quran Sard, Sahib.
Nah, he's muted now. Listen,
right.
As I was saying, yeah, is my mic all right first?
You good, bro.
All right, cool. So where was I? Yeah. So
You know what? Go to 184. You shouldn't be skipping.
No. Listen, please. So now we have those who witnessed the month being the month which the Quran was revealed. They are to do siyam. So one thing you cannot ignore here is that siyam is connected to the Quran. What have you got to say about that?
No, 1 minute. Let's go. Okay, but it says شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن. Yeah. So it says the Quran is linked to the word Ramadan. Or the month of Ramadan.
Quran is what was revealed during Ramadan. Yes.
Yeah. So it's not linked to. Is it linked to fasting or is it linked to Ramadan, bro?
It's linked to fasting because who does the siyam? Those who witness the month. What month? The month in which the Quran was revealed. So you cannot disconnect siyam in the Quran.
No, because you could do siyam any other day, bro.
No. Here you have specifically, listen to what it says, bro. Those who witness the month shall do siyam. The month. Which month? The month in which the Quran was revealed. There's no way you can disconnect it from the Quran.
All right, you know what? Let's go back to 184 as well, isn't it?
Okay. No problem.
أيام معدودات فمن كان منكم مريضا
أو على سفر
وعلى سفر
فعدة أيام أخرى.
أيام أخرى. All right, it says, I know I'm going by the translation here.
Yeah.
A limited number of days.
Yeah.
What's the limited number of days, bro?
The siyam.
The siyam.
Yeah.
And what is siyam, by the way, the definition? Let's go straight to the, because my definition of siyam is fasting, as in keeping away from food, drink, and all that, yeah? What's your definition in it?
No. Why don't you tell people the real definition, bro?
That's what I'm asking you. What's the definition that you presented?
The real linguistic definition is abstinence.
Abstinence, yes, abstinence.
That's the real linguistic definition. Am I lying?
Yeah, I agree with you. Abstinence.
Or you could say self-restraint.
Yeah, self-restraint.
Self-restraint, yeah. We could go about that. Self-restraint.
Can you go with that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But either or, whether you say self-restraint or abstinence, what you cannot ignore is that abstinence or that self-restraint is connected to the witnessing of the coming down of the Quran. You cannot disconnect the two.
No, but I'm saying, okay, as we abstain from food, drink, sexual intercourse, and other stuff, yeah. What are you saying that we abstain from?
What I'm saying is you have no evidence for your claim. It does not say anything about food, drink, or sex.
Okay, so what do they abstain from then?
You've added.
Okay, what do they abstain from then?
What they abstain from is very simple. Had they not witnessed the Quran, they would have been busy with their mundane, whatever they were doing, wouldn't they? Had they not witnessed the Quran, would they have been busy?
Yeah.
Okay, so they are simply told that instead of being busy, now because you've witnessed the Quran, you're to stay back, in other words.
So for the month of Ramadan, Shaqalan.
You're calling it the month as in like a literal month. But
okay, sorry. Ayyam ma'dudat. For that prescribed. Yeah. They're supposed to be jobless. You saying, yeah?
No. The prescribed period is the length of time that the Quran is being revealed. That length of time that the Quran is being revealed, the Quran is very clear that during the day and evening, there are times when the messenger conveys the message. Those are the times that they are to be available.
So when the messenger is conveying the message, at that time, a person is supposed to abstain from everything.
They are to what's it called? They have to go to the messenger and listen to the message.
All right. So basically, when they're reading Quran for prescribed. So for us right now, it wouldn't be going to the messenger, obviously, because we don't have that.
No,
that privilege, right?
Quran now.
We have the kitab.
Yeah, we have the whole thing.
So when they're reading the kitab at that time, abstain from everything.
Yeah, basically,
including food and drink, right?
No, you're adding that.
No, I'm saying if you read in the
Yo,
Quran,
it's not food and drink, yeah. You know what I mean? The evidence is if you go to Surah 19, Ayah 26,
Yeah,
yeah, the word siyam is also used there, and
yeah.
eating and drinking is also used there
And
in the same ayah.
Mary only
So,
says she's doing Siam from speaking to them.
yeah, yeah, that's right. And that was her self-restraint. Her siyam was, yeah, not to speak to a mortal.
all right.
Yeah, and in the same ayah, she is told to eat and drink as well. So wouldn't it be a contradiction? Yeah, if she's being told to eat and drink and also fast as well,
Yeah,
i.e.,
she can eat
break
and drink at
fast
night time.
and hunger strike. Yeah,
Yeah, she
and
can
in
eat
the
and drink
same
at night time.
ayah, Allah is not saying, yeah, do not eat or drink. Yeah, do not eat or drink. Allah is saying to, yeah, Ya Maryam, yeah, to eat and drink and refresh the eye. Yeah, so eat and drink is in the same ayah. You got Sayyam, yeah, in the same ayah. So how can Sayyam be, yeah, hunger
Oh no.
strike?
I can give you even worse.
Sorry, I need to refresh. Yeah, 1 minute.
I can give you even worse one, brother. If you
Go
go
on,
to go to 595.
595.
I swear to you, it's just a matter of integrity, bro. It's just a matter of being honest with yourself.
Okay, I'm on it.
You got it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all you who believe, do not kill game while you are sanctioned, restricted, and whoever killed it among you intentionally, then he shall give compensation similar to what he killed of cattle, judging in it two possessors of justice among you, directing towards the prominence or expiation or feeding, or an expiation feeding poor people or equivalent of that in Siam. Do you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
You have two choices here that don't make no sense if you translate it as fasting, because here you have a choice of feeding poor people or equivalent of that in fasting. You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
Feeding poor people or equivalent of that in fasting. Now, that's not possible. You could never be like, you know what? Instead of feeding poor people, I'm going to fast.
Yeah, that's like.
That don't make any sense.
Mm.
That's not even moral. Like, if you can feed poor people, why would you choose to fast? How can you abstaining from food be better than feeding poor people?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, how is it helping the
How is that better?
person? Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Vegeta, please answer this one. Vegeta, go to 595, please.
595.
Yeah, please.
Around 595.
Yeah.
Thing is, when I open up an app in it, this thing goes mute. That's why I had to refresh. I have to go and do it through Google.
No problem.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقتلوا الصيد وأنتم حرم.
Just go to the part where it says an expiation of feeding poor people or equivalent of that in fasting.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
You see that, yeah?
Yeah.
How's that possible? How could it be feed poor people or fasting?
Feed them what?
Now, you tell me, what could you feed them?
Yeah. I'll tell you what you feed them. وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا.
Huh? No, we're not talking. We're talking about 595 now, please.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I see one. But if you're gonna feed the poor, right, it's the same as وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا. Yeah. Why are you gonna feed them Quran?
Is that, yeah, aren't them different words? Over here we've got a word
about,
that's
No.
Ta'amul masakina.
Yes,
but
this is ta'am, by the way. This is feeding.
Yeah, I mean,
ta'am,
this is
yeah.
different words.
So this is it's also talking about fasting is linked in it.
Okay,
ذلك
explain,
صياما.
bro. Explain how it says here, for example, feeding poor people or fasting. So you tell me how it could be moral or rational to have two choices between feeding poor people or fasting, and then you go, you know what? Instead of feeding poor people, I'm gonna fast. Is that possible?
Was killed.
Huh?
Yeah, that's okay. What's wrong with that?
That's okay.
Yeah, because what about you broke?
But what?
What about you broke? What are you gonna do if you broke, bro?
But if you're broke, you're not fasting, then are you? You just don't have money to eat.
No, if you broke, then you can't feed poor people, right?
Yeah, but then you're not fasting either. You just don't have money to eat.
Yeah, so then you fast because feeding
That's
poor
not
people,
fasting though.
that is fasting.
How is it fasting if you don't have a choice?
Yeah, if you
You
don't have a
trying to
choice,
get credit for doing something you have no choice over?
yeah, you got no choice over because Allah facilitates.
What do you mean that's-
Okay, what does a poor person do then?
Yeah, so you know, people who are hungry and starving, are they
are they fasting?
fasting?
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, are they fasting? Are they doing self-restraint from food on
Are they
Yeah.
purpose?
eating what?
If it depends on it. They have to fast. Are they
Yeah,
fasting
as a ritual.
from dawn to Maghrib?
They're
No,
fasting
bro,
for
bro,
longer
you
than
know,
they're
you know
hungry.
what? We're changing the subjects now. Yeah.
No, I'm saying they're fasting from that time, innit?
For
Yeah,
If you're
you,
if you
broke, bro.
explain this,
Over here, bro,
I
over
mean,
here it says over
is
here,
it
feed the
morally
poor,
correct?
or it's equal in fast. All right. That this is for the compensation, right?
yes,
If you kill. So
yes.
if a person if a person kills an animal, he has to feed the poor, right? Or he has to fast.
Uh-huh.
We agree upon that part so far, innit?
That's according to your translation.
No, okay. Well, you
Tell me
give
how
me your
that
translation,
translation
then.
is consistent to you.
Give me your translation.
No. We're talking about yours right now. Tell me how yours is consistent to you.
That is consistent, bro.
So
But already given it to me.
but then listen. Please understand what you're saying, bro. You're saying you have a choice between feeding poor people or fasting, and then you could choose fasting. Why
Yeah.
would you let me put it to you this way. Why would you fast rather than feed poor people? Explain why you would ever do that.
I told you when you broke.
But that's not fasting.
Nah, I'm saying if you're broke
So
and you're
you
not
would
able to
only
feed the
fast
poor,
if you had to. You're
listen.
basically saying you would fast if you had no choice.
Give me a comparison in it, because I've given you my side. If you're
Huh?
broke, because I don't see nothing wrong with that. If you're broke, then you got a choice. If you're broke, then you got no choice, bro. You can't feed the
You're
poor.
saying I'm gonna be consistent now. You're
Yeah.
saying you would only fast if you had no choice. If
I'm
you
just saying you have to
if you couldn't
facilitate
do
for the
anything else.
broke people as well. Not
Huh?
only that, but if you have to facilitate for the broke people as well. But how about you give me what is the real, or what you think is the real interpretation?
I already told you, bro. There's only one thing that's consistent with every single context of the Quran, and that is that you basically you withdraw and you engage with the Quran. That's the only thing that's consistent. It will be consistent with this as well, because look, you can either feed poor people. If you can't feed poor people, at minimum, you need to take a step back and withdraw with the Quran so that you may gain some taqwa, so that you don't do the kind of stuff that you did again.
All right.
At least,
And was this during Ramadan?
wait, what's it? At least, Vegeta, will you acknowledge, yeah, that the person who basically hunted when they're not supposed to hunt, yeah,
Yeah.
if they cannot feed poor people at minimum, so that they learn a lesson, they should engage with the Quran. Would you say they would perhaps learn a lesson if they engage with the Quran?
Yes, they should engage with the Quran at all times.
That's
Basically,
not
over here,
asked. That,
no,
please don't say that.
they should do abstinence to attain taqwa, right?
With withdraw and engage with the Quran.
Why don't you just use the words that's there? Siyam. Why don't you just use the word there?
Because
They should do siyam, bro.
You need to
because
draw from your normal life, your
because
normal
Yeah,
things
you
that
need
you
to
do.
withdraw from your normal life.
But the
and
thing is,
meditate on the Quran.
Maverick, come back over here now. Yeah, is this during Ramadan?
Huh?
Is this during Ramadan? This
No.
whole
No, this is
when
when
is
No,
it?
you have to
this
It's
believe
not
is
it.
during Ramadan, right?
no,
Yeah.
not
But the 183 to one the Surah Baqarah was talking about in Ramadan. Yeah.
no. It wasn't talking about in Ramadan. It was introducing the word Siyam to us in that context, bro. And the way he introduced the word Siyam to us in that context is it told us four things about the word Siyam. It told us one, that the people of the book previous have undergone this training, if you like. Number two, it told us that Siyam is a training to attain taqwa. Three, it told us that Siyam involves the Quran. So it told us those three things. So with those with that understanding of Siyam, we know that this particular verse that's talking about, you know, someone doing something that they're not supposed to do, therefore they need to learn a lesson. What better way to do it than with the Quran?
That's
Yeah. So
right.
what's
Go to the
Ramadan?
masjid.
So when 185 says Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran,
Ramadan is simply the period the Quran came down.
and that's
The
not linked
time
to
that the
Siyam.
Quran came down, huh?
It's not linked to Siyam.
No.
Context. You keep
There's
saying
no.
context, bro.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, read.
Because the verse before that says ayyama ma'dudat faman kana minkum maridan aw ala
Siyam,
safarin. Yeah.
Siyam is a verb. Ramadan is an adjective. Read the context, brother. You're making
Ramadan is
a big deal you're making a
Ramadan.
big deal out of an adjective.
So you saying Shahru Ramadan? What does
Yes.
Shahru you translate? You translate as
Shahru,
month.
Shahru is commonly translated as a month, but a month is understood as 30 days, 31 days, 28 days, and that's going to cause problems. However, according to the Quran, when it says Shahr, it's simply talking about the appearance of a moon, appearance of a new moon.
Yeah, appearance of a new moon, because a month is decided by the moon, right?
Well, I'm not going further than that. It's simply talking about
No,
the
like I said
period.
to you in the beginning, bro. When we check it, the context, you going to 183 to 187. I'm saying from 1 to 114, Surah An-Nas all the way.
Okay, but in this particular context, Shahr Ramadan is talking about a period, a singular period, not a continuous month. There is no evidence of that. It's simply talking about a single period when the Quran started coming down.
So Ramadan is not a month.
No, there's no evidence of that.
So in Surah 9, verse 36, when Allah talks about the number of months according to Allah is 12.
That's a different context. That context is talking about.
Is that 12 months?
That context is teaching. Yes, of course, it's talking about 12 months, and 4 of those months are sanctioned because of the treaty they had with the mushriks. The mushriks kept on playing about with the calendar. That's why Allah taught them what a calendar is supposed to be like.
And one of those 12 months is not called Ramadan. You say
no. Ramadan is not a name of a month.
Don't know where you got that from. That
No. I mean Vegeta, bro. Please, let's respect certain facts in it. Yeah, the word Ramadan is not the name of the month according to the Quran.
I went to Corpus right now.
One minute. Even according to your sources, it was not the name of a month until Umar made it so. So don't try for one second, postulate the idea that the word Ramadan, as it pertains to the Quran, has anything.
Go to 2197.
Month.
Go to 2197.
Okay. What about it?
Al-Hajju Ashhurum Ma'lumat. All right. The months that are well known. Which months, bro?
The 4 months of treaty between the Muslims and the Mushriks.
Okay, are those 4 months mentioned? Because there's 12 months, right?
It doesn't need to be.
Nah, but he says well known. He says ma'lumat.
It's well known to them.
Well known to who?
That's right. It was well known to them.
So
does Hajj apply to us now?
You got, bro. Please, like, what's with the machine gun tactics? Look, the 4 months is a treaty between the Muslims and the Mushriks. Those 4 months are well known to them. because
To
it's
who?
relevant. Because it's relevant to them. It's not relevant to us.
Those 4 sacred months, which Allah said in Surah 9:36.
Sorry. Sacred? Nothing sacred about it.
Sanctioned. Okay. Okay. Well, hold on. Surah Tawbah, verse 36 says that the number of months of which are 4 are sacred. So Allah decides which
The word is
sanction. All right. Allah decides which of those 4 out of 12 are sanctioned, right?
Allah gave no problem. Allah gave him the length of the treaty that they should have. No problem.
Yeah, Allah decided that.
Yeah, but it's their treaty.
Whose treaty?
The treaty between the Muslims and the mushriks.
So you saying the thing they decided the treaty. The mushriks and the Muslims decided it.
It doesn't look.
But Allah says Allah decided it. Okay.
No. Allah doesn't even have to decide it. Allah can simply authorize it, accept it, be a witness of it. Like, it's a non-argument what you're looking for. Fact of the matter is, the Muslims and the mushriks had a 4-month treaty. That's the only period that the Quran talks about. There is no other period that the Quran talks about.
Bro, the 4-month treaty. How are you gonna say that and the 4-month treaty and the 4 sanctioned months are the same?
What other? Hold on.
Yeah.
What other 4 months is there?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because
there's only 4 months discussed in the Quran, and that's the 4 months treaty.
Yeah, but there's 12 months altogether, isn't it?
Okay, and
yeah, and also there's the 4 sanctioned months. You are trying to say that it's linked to the 4 treaty. Did the treaty come to an end?
It's not linked. That's what it is.
But did the treaty come to an end?
Huh?
Did the treaty come to an end?
Of course it does.
Okay, so the treaty comes to the end, but Allah says that out of the 12 months, Allah has made 4 sanctioned. Is that's and it says over here, since in the book of Allah, on the day He created the heavens and the earth. So since that day,
yes,
on which there are 4 sacred months. So this has been going on since the creation of the heaven and the earth.
Unbelievable. Before you say in which there are 4 sanctioned months, Allah says 12 months is what He's created since the beginning of time. That's not a problem. And then it says in which 4 are sanctioned, and He clarifies the 4 months that are sanctioned and why they are sanctioned. We don't need to argue about it. It's in the Quran, bro. Read it,
bro. It says since the day is the heavens and the earth being created.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you pull out the very verse that you're talking about? It's in that verse.
Yeah. I've got it open right now.
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead, tell me the verse.
Inna iddata shuhurin indallahi.
Tell me the verse.
9:36.
9:36. Watch what it says. It's in that verse, bro. That's how bad it is. Indeed, the number of the months according to God are 12 months in the decree of God, from the day He created the heavens and the earth. Thereof, 4 are sanctioned. That is the deen of the upright. So do not do wrong therein. So do not do wrong therein against yourselves, and fight the mushriks all together as they fight you all together, and know that God is with the righteous. See, I told you in the same verse.
Yeah.
Bro.
What did you tell me, bro? What did you tell me?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it says do not wrong yourself therein. Is that what you're trying to say?
Okay, what's that about?
It says so in it. The word says so there. Fuck.
Okay, and do not wrong yourself therein. Okay, and then
that's what you're trying to say. I'm saying
no, continue, and then what?
This why I'm reading right now. Allah created.
Right, and then what? Just continue reading the verse.
So do not wrong yourself and fight the mushriks all together as they fight you.
What are you saying? What are you saying? What's that about? Fight the mushriks. What's that about?
Fight the mushriks if they fight you. So if they violate the 4 sacred months, then the 4 sanctioned months, then you can violate them back.
Well, there you go then. So why are you acting like there's a difference?
Because those months, right? Those months is the months of the same months. The months over here, the 4 months mentioned here, are the same months of that we talk about 197. The sanctioned months, the well-known ones, because that's the time when they do Hajj. The pilgrims, when the pilgrims are coming to Makkah, right?
Where did you get that from?
I'm telling you, this is the understanding.
You got on verses.
Yeah, 197.
Okay, where does it say anything about pilgrims?
Hajj.
Where does it
Yeah,
say
because
anything about pilgrims?
this one I'm saying, isn't it? The whole thing for us makes complete sense. But you have to flip and do jigsaw puzzle. You get one piece there, one piece there, one piece there, then you're connecting it.
Joe, look, if it made total sense to you, yeah, that means, that you are under the impression that you are guided, your imam
Inshallah.
is guided, and your sect is guided. But the only evidence that you can give us, about your guidance is your imagination.
No imagination, history as well. You got history. You got history.
We're still not done with this.
Come back to the verse, innit?
You are guided.
Come back to the verse, innit? To 936.
Okay,
right,
wait. Going back to the verse, yeah.
And how do you know, that your understanding is correct? Yeah, you mean Allah tells us in the Quran,
bro.
Before we inherited the understanding from the Prophet.
Allah tells us in the Quran that, Allah says we place veils upon their hearts to prevent them from understanding it, and deafness in their ears. And when you mention the name of your Lord in the Quran alone, they turn their backs or run away in aversion. Okay, this is an ayah where Allah says,
that's 1746,
down, bro, relax up.
1746, which ayah is it? 1746?
Yeah, 1746, yeah. Now the thing is, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala seals people's hearts to prevent them from understanding the Quran, bro. Now the thing is, it's not up to me or you, whether we understand the Quran or not. Your imam, our parents, our friends, our loved ones, they cannot explain the Quran to us. They cannot teach us the Quran. The only way they can do it is if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has lifted the veil upon their hearts. That's the only time they're going to understand the Quran, when the veil has been lifted. Do you understand this?
You can apply that to yourself, though, innit?
Each and every imam and each and every individual.
When you read the ayah of the Quran, the first thing you gotta do is apply it to yourself. Whenever you read the Quran, the first person you gotta apply it to is yourself, right?
Of course, bro.
Yeah, so why are you trying to say that the weight is on these people, and they're deaf and they're blind? You could be the one blind and deaf and dumb.
Yeah, but that's true. I could be blind. I could be misguided. Yeah, Allah knows best. You know why? Because Allah does know best. Allah says that He guides whom He pleases, and He misguides whom He pleases. This is Allah's will. Allah even tells me.
We could talk about 1746. We could talk about 1746. Right now we're talking 936,
those of
right?
you who want to walk the straight path, those of you who wills to walk the straight path, you will not be able to do so unless Allah wills it, wishes it, Lord of the worlds. So the thing is, if we want to walk the straight path, we can't do it. We can't do it according to the Quran. If we are believers and we believe in the words of Allah, the Almighty, well, we have to deal with this ayah at the end of chapter 81. Allah says, whoever of you wills or wishes to walk the straight path, you cannot do so unless Allah wishes it, wills it, Lord of the worlds. So at the end of the day, you know what? It's Allah's will. It's Allah's will, bro. You can't say anything. You can't do anything. Our imams, our parents can't do nothing to guide us or to
hold on.
To make us walk the straight path. It's Allah's will, bro. The evidence is chapter 81. Open it up and read it.
Hear this though. This is not a matter of, and this is why I keep stressing, this really isn't a matter of position. It's not a matter of who's guided and who's not. It's a matter of reading. Like, Vegeta, can we please agree that so far from what we've read, the only 4 months we can identify is the 4 months of treaty between the Muslims and the Mushriks? Do you have a problem with that? Can you identify?
No, not necessarily. No, I won't agree with that. No.
Okay, then please show me where I can find 4 months that has nothing to do with the treaty between the Muslims.
No, if you go to
Do you know what he
2:1
does? Yeah, I think he needs to study the Quran a bit more.
No, one
yo,
second.
Iron Man,
To use
Iron
his
Man,
intellect,
Iron
to
Man.
use
Iron
what
Man,
he's
come
been
on, bro,
told.
man. 1 minute, bro. 1 second.
Yo, Iron Man, go on your rant, bro. Let this guy finish, man.
No, allow it,
Uh,
man. Allow.
you want to do your thing, in it, bro. Because me and him right now discussing 936, right?
What's the verse that you want me to go to, bro?
Yes, let me go back to 2197.
Okay. It's talking about the four known months. But what are those 4 known months?
The Hajj is to be performed. Okay, the Hajj is the months that are well known. So whoever undertakes Hajj in them, there should be no obscenity, no sin, no quarrel,
All right.
quarrel in Hajj.
What are those well-known months?
I'm saying that those months, those months here, is the months of the months in the 4 months that Allah made right in the beginning of time.
Okay. Oh my God! But Allah already said to you that those 4 months was to do with the treaty.
No, because it says the word doesn't say it's because.
Oh, but then why did it say that fighting the mushriks then?
Because during those months you don't fight. When they're doing Hajj, they don't fight.
No. Hold on.
You have to understand it from my perspective now.
No. I have to understand it from what we can find in the Quran. That's why
you can make that up as you go along, innit? That's what you've been doing, bro. I'm saying the Hajj, right? Because when the people go for pilgrimage,
you've identified from
as they have been doing for centuries, all right? As they have been doing for centuries, they've been going for pilgrimage. When they're going for pilgrimage, at that time there's no fighting done to make it easy for the pilgrims.
Okay, can I interrupt you there?
Proceed.
Okay. 2197. Let's talk about what we can identify. 2197, we can identify that Hajj is during those well-known months. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. What you didn't know, but I'm now going to show you that Hajj is also in chapter 9, and it will show us that the Hajj is connected to the 4 months of treaty. I'll show you. So we will find here, if we go to chapter 9, verse 1, an ultimatum is herein issued from God and his messenger to the idol worshippers who enter into a treaty with you. Therefore, roam the earth freely for 4 months and know that you cannot escape from God and that God humiliates the disbelievers. So now we have the 4 months treaty. Watch this. The next verse. The next verse. A proclamation is herein issued from God and his messenger to all the people on the great day of Hajj, that God has disowned the idol worshippers, and so did his messenger. Thus, if you repent, it would be better for you. But if you turn away, then know that you can never escape from God. Promise those who disbelieve a painful retribution. So now we have 4 months of treaty and Hajj during those 4 months of treaty. Now, what are you going to do now?
Regarding what?
We have 4 months of treaty and we have Hajj during those 4 months of treaty.
Yeah.
So where's your
the treaty and those 4 months coincided?
The 4 months is the treaty.
No, it coincided.
Bro, okay, I'll read it again.
Show me where. How can you prove to me that it's not
I'll read it again. Listen to this, word for word. An ultimatum is herein issued from God and his messenger to the idol worshippers who enter into a treaty with you. Listen to this. Therefore, roam the earth freely for 4 months and know that you cannot escape from God and that God humiliates the disbelievers. A proclamation is herein issued from God and his messenger to all the people on the great day of Hajj, that God has disowned the idol worshippers, and so did his messenger. Thus, if you repent, it would be better for you. But if you turn away, then know that you can never escape from God. Promise those who disbelieve a painful retribution. If the idol worshippers sign a peace treaty with you and do not violate it, nor band together with others against you, you shall fulfill your treaty with them until the expiration date. God loves the righteous. How much more do you want?
Bro, I'm just saying, how do you know that's not coinciding with the 2 months? The 4 months of the 4 sanction months is not coinciding with the 4 treaty months.
Huh?
How do you know that?
What? There's
Yeah.
only, bro, the
Sure,
only
they're
month
exactly the
spoken
same,
about.
bro. They're exactly the
Vegeta,
same. So how?
Nah,
Vegeta, the
because
only month
because
spoken
over
You're
here,
about
exactly
the
on
if
treaty.
you go,
There is no other months.
all right. So when you go to 936, it
Yeah.
says, "Surely the number of months according to Allah is 12
Yes.
in the book of Allah on the day He created the heavens and the earth, of which there are 4 sacred months."
Mhm.
That is the right faith. So this has been established since the
So
beginning
are
of
you
time.
stopping the verse there?
No, I'm saying it's
No,
been
can you
established
read it
because
then?
that's
Which
what the stuff
verse?
is. Context, isn't it? Context.
No.
Context, bro.
So you're gonna cut the verse in half and call it?
Okay. Let me carry on then. So do not wrong yourself therein. That means what comes after the soul. The word
Why,
soul. You know what the word
why are
soul
you
means, isn't it?
cutting the verse? Just read it.
I've read the verse, bro.
But can you read it to the audience?
So do not wrong yourself therein and fight the mushriks all together, and they fight you all together. And be sure that Allah is with the God-fearing.
So
Now,
again,
we read that verse already a couple of minutes ago, and you want me to repeat it again? Yeah. Now,
because you're trying to
now go to
connect.
the word soul. You see that word soul? You see that word soul?
I'm
Fala tadlimu. Fa. The word fa. The word soul, right? You know the English language as well, because you keep saying mystical Arabic. Let's go to the English in it. In the English, bro, the word soul, what comes after the word soul is dependent upon what came before the word soul. What you saying is that the 4 months is dependent on what comes after the word soul, but it doesn't work like that. If it said because the 4 months have been sanctioned because of the treaty, then you got a point. But it says so, fa. Check it.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. You just said I'm saying that the 4 months have been sanctioned because of the treaty. That's very interesting. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Is what's the difference between a treaty and a sanction?
The treaty and the sanction.
Yeah. Do you think the 4 months treaty is not sanctioned?
But the treaty, I'll tell you the difference in it. Allah sanctioned the 4 months in it, according to chapter 9, verse 36.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So are you saying if the
The
messenger...
beef with the mushrikeen is something which is going on between the Muslims and the mushrikeen.
Okay, let me ask you this. So if the messenger had a 4 months treaty between himself and the mushriks, and he had that 4 months treaty because he was told to have a 4 months treaty by Allah, what's your problem then?
Where's that written?
Well, he's a messenger. I mean, he wouldn't make up the 4 months, would he?
No, I'm just saying, how do you know those 4 months are the 4 months of the 4 months of the sanctioning of that happened in the beginning of time?
Well, actually,
It's the same as the 4 months of the treaty that was stopping the beef.
Because Allah literally says here, He's the one that gives it. Look, he's the one. Look, it says, an ultimatum from God. Yeah, an ultimatum from God and His messenger to those whom you made a treaty from the polytheists. Listen to this.
Yeah.
And then it says, therefore, roam the earth freely for 4 months. So therefore, it was dictated by God. Was it not?
But was it dictated? That's
Answer
what
the
I'm
question.
saying.
Was it dictated by God?
Yes, it was dictated by God.
Well, there you go. So
But
therefore,
to say that this 4 months is the same as
sanctioned.
those 4 months,
Huh?
where you get that from?
You what?
To say that these 4 months, the treaty, is the exact same as the 4 months that Allah talks about, that happened from the beginning of time.
Because there is no
Do
other.
you accept this part at least, yeah? That the 4 months out of the 12 has been determined since the beginning of time.
There is God. There is no time that can be
You know,
applied.
the thing is, yeah, he's saying at the beginning of time, how can you have months when there is no time?
Since he
beginning of
created the
time,
heavens,
yeah.
since he
The
created the
beginning
heavens
of
and the earth.
time. You can't have months because there is no time.
Iron Man, go to chapter 9, verse 36, in it. This is what it says. Surely the number. Do I need to read the whole verse again, or should I just read the beginning?
But Vegeta, that does nothing to the argument. It
No,
really
no, you have to understand that. You have to.
No, but
if it doesn't
Vegeta,
make nothing to the argument,
it does
then just accept it,
nothing.
innit?
No, but Vegeta, it does nothing.
If
The
it don't,
point
if
you
it's
were
nothing, if it's insignificant, just accept it then. What's so hard about accepting it?
Also, yeah, you've got to take this into consideration. Yeah, when you talk about the beginning of time, is this the beginning of the universe? Was this the beginning of planet Earth?
All right, the creation of the heavens on the
where is
day.
your definition of
Okay,
time?
okay, I'll tell you.
Where is the
Forget
beginning?
what I said about beginning of time. Subtract that. Yeah. Carve that out.
Okay.
All right. Go over here. Chapter 9, verse 36. Surely the number of months, according to Allah, is 12. In the book of Allah, on the day He created the heavens and the earth. All right.
Yeah, so that's it.
Hold on. Of which there are 4 sacred months. That is the right faith. So do not wrong yourself therein. Fight the mushriks all together. So this over here, it says on the day He created the heavens and the earth. Since then, all right. Since then, the 4 months.
If you want to say God has always known what He's going to do, no problem. Is that the point you're making?
No, the point I'm making is the treaty which takes place between the Muslims and the mushriks, right? That is for you to say that the 4 months is based upon that the treaty is incorrect.
What is this guy, bro? We just read it.
Read what?
Look, therefore, roam the earth freely for 4 months. What the hell?
Yeah, that's based upon the treaty.
Huh?
That's based upon the treaty, bro.
This is God dictating the treaty. Therefore, roam the earth freely for 4 months. That's God dictating the treaty Himself. Even the verse that you're reading is telling you about fighting the mushrikeens. Why are you trying so hard?
The verse it says over here, Fala. It says Fala tadlimu fihinna anfusakum. It says so based upon what comes before the word so, fa. You know when the word fa comes, what comes before? You could say therefore. The word fa and therefore. You could say that, right? So what comes before the word fa, what comes after the word fa, sorry, it is dependent upon the word what comes before the word fa.
Okay, yeah, go on, carry on.
Yeah. So the beef during those months, even till today, bro, you're not supposed to have this beef with anyone during those months.
Beef for 4 months.
Yeah, for those months you're not supposed to beef.
So we're saying after those months we can beef.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
And is this like
so we can commit sins depending on
every 4 months?
We can have a little fighting
is allowed.
No, you said you can have beef in it.
Yeah. Is this what your understanding is?
But the only time you beef them back is if they beef you first. That's what it says. So do not wrong yourself therein and fight the mushriks all together as they fight you.
The thing is, you got to read you got to read the surah in full, bro. You got to look at the context. Yeah, and it's talking about a treaty. Yeah, it's talking about 4 months. So you can't just take 4 months out and say, look, mate, yeah, these 4 months over here now are something that everyone needs to do.
Yeah,
there has to be a peace treaty with the mushriks. Yeah, these 4 months which are sacred. Yeah, do you understand that? Yeah, you were just superimposing someone's imagination.
No, you mentioned imagination, bro. It's right there in front of you, bro. I'm not imagining that. It says over there, and fight the mushriks all together as they fight you. So
But that we need to do this as well.
No, 1 minute. Vegeta, what audience is that addressing when it says fight the mushriks all together? What audience?
Muslims.
What audience is that? Is it me and you, or is it the audience of that time?
I was saying me and you as well.
Unbelievable. What mushriks are we beefing?
You know what? He needs to.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got that Tulo mentality in it.
Yeah. There's no point of talking to him. He's got to read the full surah a number of times. yeah, also refer to other ayahs as well.
Bro, you
Yeah,
talk about
where
imagination,
Mushrika
right?
mentioned,
Listen. It says
Mushrika
what am I talking
mentioned,
about? Listen,
Hadith
and fight the mushriks
mentioned.
altogether as they fight you.
Yeah, you just can't take one ayah out of isolation and say, look, bro, this, yeah, this is what it says, yeah, and this is my understanding of it.
All right,
You
man.
know why he's doing that? I'll tell you why he's doing that, man. Because
Yeah,
the
I think
moment-
I think it's cognitive dissonance, bro.
no, it's beyond cognitive dissonance. It's because he basically Hajj is a ritual to him, innit? So the
Yeah, that's right.
the moment he acknowledges that these 4 months were those 4 months, and it's to do with the treaty between the Muslims and the Mushriks, then all of a sudden his ritual becomes in jeopardy. He's more
Yeah,
concerned.
that's right. Yeah,
He's more concerned.
All right.
isn't it?
If you go to 937,
He's more concerned about preserving his ritual than actually taking the word of God.
no,
Yeah.
I'm reading it as is, bro. Because the thing is, you trying to make it look, you trying to dance around things. You trying to say context. You trying to do this.
Okay, bro. You know
trying to
what? I think the
reinterpret
best thing
Sayyam to
to
mean
do,
this.
yeah. I think the best
You
thing to
saying
do,
black
yeah.
and white means you
I
said
think the
new
best
dawn
thing
means
to end this year is just go to chapter 5, yeah, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah number 101. Yeah, I think this should settle everything. Yeah.
This is not gonna settle nothing. This is Vegeta.
Yeah, just go to chapter 5, 101. Yeah, and read it.
sorry, was that 5101?
Yeah.
Quran 5101. Bro, I ain't done with 936 yet, bro.
Yeah,
936,
bro, you know
937.
what? We'll get
Yeah,
to 936. Yeah, once we look at this chapter 5,
36.
101.
O you who believe, do not ask about things which, if disclosed, are displeasing to you. If you ask about them while the Quran is being revealed, they will be disclosed to you. Allah has pardon for you. Allah is most forgiving, forbearing.
Okay, so what's your understanding of this ayah? You could read it again. Take your time. Yeah, ponder, reflect. I mean, take a minute or two. Read it again. Yeah, see if you can
Bro,
absorb this ayah.
you
Yeah.
told me to go to one.
That's-
You need to
Yeah,
bring it, bro.
and tell me, yeah, what you understand from this ayah, and I will tell you, yeah, if my understanding, yeah, collaborates with yours. Go on.
Bro, you tell me to go and read the ayah.
Read
I
it
read the
slowly.
ayah.
Well, first of all, it says, "Oh, you who believe."
Yeah.
So, if you're a believer, this actually applies to the believers. Do you understand that? Yeah, the people who claim that they are believers, they're Muslims, Sunni, Shia, whatever sect you're in. Yeah, the believers. Yeah, this applies to us. Yeah, do not ask about things if made clear to you, may distress you. Yeah, and if you ask about them when the Quran is being revealed, it will be made plain to you. So the thing is, bro, Allah is telling us that, about questions, yeah, during the time when the Prophet was present, yeah, and the believers were around, yeah, because people had many, many questions, and they were asking the Prophet, peace be upon him, many questions, yeah. So this was a response to the questions, yeah. Do not ask about things if made clear to you.
1 minute, where do you get
distress
that
you.
from? They're asking the Prophet many questions.
Bro, you know what? Just relax with your
The
questions, bro.
Quran
Because
says
you know
they
what?
ask you
Because
all the time.
you are actually proving yourself, yeah, by asking me another question while we're trying to
So
reflect
you trying to
upon
make
this
yourself,
ayah.
that's what I'm saying. You might think you're the
tells us,
Prophet, bro.
Allah tells us when the Quran is being read, listen to it with attention and hold your peace so that
All
you
right,
may
man.
receive
All right,
mercy.
all right.
So the thing is, bro, you need to relax your mind. If you don't relax your mind, yeah, and you don't take that time, yeah, to listen, ponder, reflect, you are not going to receive Allah's mercy, bro. These are not my words, yeah. Okay, so back to this ayah, yeah. Yeah. So basically, yeah, Allah is saying, yeah, to the believers, if you've got questions, your questions will be answered, yeah, as long as the Quran is being revealed. Yeah. Yeah, is that clear? Allah has
Yeah.
pardoned about it. Allah is oft forgiving, all forbearing, yeah. And then the next ayah, indeed, yeah, or people before your time have indeed asked such questions, and in the result thereof have come to deny the truth. They became kafireen. Yeah, now the thing is, yeah, Allah is telling us when the Quran is being revealed, yeah, He will answer those questions. But now the Quran has been revealed, it's complete. Yeah, it's complete. It has been delivered. Now questions for the believers are now closed, bro. You know, those telephone lines, yeah, for the questions, they are closed. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala closed
Telephone lines, yeah.
telephone lines.
All right.
We as believers are not ask unnecessary questions. Yeah, yeah, asking, oh, bro, how many salahs? Yeah, oh, bro, it says this over here. Answer this question. Answer this question, bro. You know what? This
Yeah.
is the reality. Yeah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has closed the doors for the believers to ask questions. If you don't understand the Quran, yeah, there's a reason.
I
Yeah,
think the
there's a
questions
reason,
have all been
yeah.
answered,
It
bro.
could be that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sealed that
We say
person's
the
heart,
question's been answered in the
prevent
Sunnah.
them from understanding it.
No, the
And
question's been
deafness in
answered,
the
bro.
ears. And when you mention the name of your Lord in the Quran alone, they turn their backs and run away in aversion. That's the reality. Yeah. So you know what? Forget about the questions, bro. If you've got questions, you shouldn't be asking us.
Okay. What question did I ask, bro?
You're not responsible,
Yo, Iron
yeah,
Man, Iron Man,
for your
Sahib.
guidance.
What? Bhai
You're
Sahib,
not
Bhai
responsible
Sahib,
for your guidance, yeah.
Bhai
You're not
Jan,
responsible. Hang on, relax. And listen,
Dost.
yeah, listen up.
Go on, bro.
We
All
are
right,
not
what question did I
responsible
ask?
for your guidance.
Bhai
Let
Sahib.
him ask a question. Let him ask a question.
Yeah, we can't guide you to the truth. Allah says, yeah. Allah instructed the Prophet to say, yeah, the messengers to say, does any of your partners guide you to the truth?
Take a blood
Say,
test.
it's Allah who
Yo,
guides
chill
to
on
the
the
truth.
khutbah, brother. You're going on a khutbah, bro. Chill on the khutbah.
Yeah, so
Hey, brother.
is he who guides to the truth more worthy to be followed? So is Allah more worthy to be followed? Or someone who's looking for guidance?
Imagination. Say the word imagination, bro.
All right, guys,
Hey, yo,
guys.
chill. Yo, no, 1 minute.
Order.
He
So
asked
the
me.
thing is, oh yeah, forget following people's imagination, yeah. If you want
Imagination.
guidance,
That's
yeah,
the word, brother.
guidance is in the Quran. If you need to understand it, yeah, you know what you need to do? You need to reflect, study, yeah, and then pray to Allah that He gives you, yeah, the understanding. Before you try to study the Quran, yeah, make sure, yeah, you study it without any
bro, he's not gonna. He's that kind
make
of.
sure you study it without any preconceived notions and inherited assumptions. Yeah, and then you might get somewhere.
Let's have a discussion,
When you
bro.
approach it as a
Go on,
student,
Iron Man killed
not
it, bro.
as someone who already knows.
Allow it, bro.
Islam.
Hey, Iron Man, hey.
Allow it.
Iron Man, 1 minute. You saying don't ask certain questions. What question did I ask in it?
1 second. No. 1 second.
Questions, yeah.
Guys, allow it. 1 minute.
Maverick, let me just get this one counter punch, bro. One counter punch.
Allow it, bro.
You know, when you upload this stream, yeah, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself, yeah.
I know, but what question did I ask, brother? What question did I ask, bro?
1 minute, man.
You need to relax your mind, yeah, and focus on chapter 5, verse 101 and chapter 5, verse 102. And on top of that, yeah, the ayah where Allah tells us, yeah, I mean, I don't know the ayah number and surah number off my, yeah.
Wait, I need to go and pray Fajr in it. I don't know, do you pray Fajr?
So let me 1 minute, before this guy goes to pray Fajr, man. 1 minute.
Bro, I don't know if you man pray Fajr in it. I'll pray Fajr in it. So let man speak in it, bro.
Vegeta, let's talk about that for a second, yeah. Let's talk about that. Since you're going to quote unquote pray Fajr. 1 second, let me ask you a question, yeah. Read 17:106. Actually, read 7:204. That's easier. Read 7:204.
But 1 minute, how can this guy just gave a whole tafsir, bro? 5 minute tafsir of 101, bro.
You know me, I don't do tafsir, bro.
He just gave a tafsir, bro. Iron Man gave a tafsir, so I was talking.
You can never accuse me of doing that, bro. I'm good with the verses.
Everyone does tafsir, bro.
Not me, bro. Everyone
does it, bro.
I'm good with the verses, bro. I don't need to add nothing.
You try to do it, but
bro, I don't need to do no tafsir, yeah, because Allah tells us, yeah.
1 second, Iron Man.
If you don't need to do tafsir, bro, then that's it.
Yo, 1 second, man.
We bring you the truth.
Iron Man, 1 minute, bro, man.
Hey, yo, Iron Man, bus, man. You going too much now, bro.
1 minute, bro, man. Please.
Iron Man, both of us saying a lie, on it.
1 minute. I'll send you the link. Obeys God.
Hey, 101, yeah?
No. Go 17:204. That's easier.
17:204.
Yeah.
All right. Quran 17.
No,
204.
7204. 7204, not 17.
7.
You
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
started there.
7204.
Yeah.
Surah Al-Araf.
Mm.
One
Okay,
minute,
that's
brother.
the one, mate.
Hence, okay. Hence, when the Quran is voiced, hearken. Let me get a proper translation in 1 minute.
What the hell? What kind of translation is that?
Bro, he
Voice
said hearken, bro.
Hearken. Hearken.
Hearken, yeah, hearken. 17204. 7204. Okay, when the Quran is recited, listen to it attentively and be silent, so you may be shown mercy.
Okay, remember that and then go to 17106.
Quran 106.
Yeah.
106. Here we go. And it is a Quran which we have separated by intervals that I'm reading the brackets as well, yeah? And it is a Quran which we have separated by
No
intervals.
brackets. No brackets.
And a Quran which we have separated that you might recite it to other people over a prolonged period, and we have sent it down progressively.
Okay. Recite it to who?
And we have separated, recite to the people.
Recite it.
Nas.
All right. So in 7204 said, when the Quran is recited, you shall listen to it and take heed so that you may attain mercy. So when you supposedly pray Fajr, who are you trying to recite the Quran to? Because the Quran tells you to recite it to the people. So who are you trying to recite it to?
So repeat that.
Good point.
As we read in 17106 and in 7204, the Quran is recited to people, but you are trying to recite it back to God.
It's true.
I could recite it to myself.
No. But that's
You're not, bro. When you're standing in front of your ritual namaz, you say things like "Qul ya ayyuhal kafirun la a'budu ma ta'budu."
Yeah.
And who are you saying that to?
We're saying it to. What about
Who are you saying
it's
that
being
to?
witnessed?
How about inna a'tainaka al-kawthar? Who are you saying that to?
Who are you saying? قل أي شيء أكبر شهادة قل الله شهيد بيني
Imagine
وبينكم.
you're telling God, yeah, قل هو الله أحد. You telling that to God?
But we're not saying to God.
But
Saying
that's
to
what
Yeah,
you
bro,
ourselves.
you are, bro. Yeah, because these were
and also-
instructions, given to, the messenger to say to the people. Do you understand that? So the thing is, I mean, this is one problem with the salah. Yeah, we say that we are communicating with Allah, but then we are telling Allah to say.
You're on tafsir mode again, bro. You already done a 501 tafsir, man. Let's go back to this, isn't it?
How does that make sense?
You know when it says the Quran is being witnessed?
Read.
It's witnessed by people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But in the morning and if you read the Quran in the evening and
the messenger recites the Quran to people. You're trying to recite the Quran back to God.
Now, 1 minute. It says over here, establish prayer at the decline. It says establish prayer at the 1 minute. Okay,
all right, 1778. Let's discuss that verse for a second. 1 minute.
Of the
Let's
sun
discuss that verse.
until the darkness of the night. And go ahead.
I know the verse. Let me ask you the first
question. Yeah, so the audience, like you said last time, the audience don't know the verse. So let me read the whole verse, then, innit?
Okay, before you do,
go ahead, bro.
Is the verse singular or plural?
I don't know, bro. I just created
read it. Is Aqim singular?
So let me read it, then, innit? Let me read it.
All right.
Establish prayer at the decline of the sun until the darkness of the night, and the Quran of the dawn. Indeed, the recitation of dawn is ever witnessed.
Okay, so who's that? What's important here is we need to know if that is plural or single, because that makes a big difference.
Which ayah?
So do you
Plural,
know
plural.
whether it's plural or single?
You can say plural if you want. You can say
No, it's
single
not
if you want.
plural though.
Which
If
ayah
it's
is
Okay,
it?
whatever.
plural.
Say
Yo,
all right
guys,
then.
which ayah is it?
1778.
But I'll make it easy for you. Read the verse before, then you'll know who is addressing. Read the verse before.
1 minute, bro. Established way for those we have sent before you of our messengers, and you will not find in our way any alteration.
Who's that addressing?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Established way. I need to read the whole thing, bro.
Okay, read the verse again.
That is our established way for those we had sent before you of our messengers,
So who's that addressing?
the previous messengers.
No, it's addressing the messenger. It's addressing the prophet.
That is our established way for those we had sent before you. All right.
For you. Who's the you?
Yeah, the messenger, yeah.
There you go. So the verse after is and establish Allah. It's addressing him. It's singular. Aqim, it's singular. Aqimu is plural.
Yeah, good point.
So this is only referring to the prophet.
So this is only addressing the prophet.
So when
So the question here is the prophet, listen to this. The messenger, he establishes salah morning and evening, to cut the long story short. Yeah?
Yeah.
And salah involves the Quran. And what does he do with the Quran? He recites it to the people. So to cut the long story short, the messenger established 2 periods in the day where he recites the Quran to the people.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't even dispute that.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to say? That the messenger did not recite the Quran to the people? Or he did not have 2 particular times where he recited the Quran to the people? What are you going to say?
So the only time you read the Quran is when it's to the people.
Find me a single verse that says otherwise.
Well, you can't recite the Quran to yourself. But right now, if I'm chilling by myself, can I read the Quran?
Yes. You're still people.
So when person's praying, he's still people as well, isn't it?
Yeah, don't forget chapter 5, 101.
1 minute, hold on. Yo, man. Chapter 5,
Because
101, bro.
Yo, bro,
I asked you what question I asked, man. You find out what question I asked and come back in it. You still ain't come back with a question, bro. Hold on.
Israel did when they were told, yeah, to slaughter the heifer. Yeah, they wanted to know what color it was. They wanted to know if it was male or female. They wanted to know this. They wanted to know that. So, bro, this is the same kind of scenario. This is what you need to understand. I know it's going to be difficult. Yeah.
Yo, Maverick, man. Yo, क्या बोलते हैं भाई सब है? क्या बोलते हैं? सीधा गल करना. पंजाबी आनी तेनू.
Yeah, so you know what? Yeah, bro, you know, just go and study the Quran, bro.
Inshallah, we're studying it right now, bro. We're studying it together.
But we'll study it together, bro. Listen.
Yeah.
So right now, understand, I have not given you any interpretation. I have not told you what salah means. I've simply recited the verses for you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I asked you, can a person chill by himself or read the Quran?
You are people.
Yeah, and you said you are people. So when you praying, as an am I not a people then?
No, because you're by definition, the word praying means that you are communicating with God. You're invoking God.
Yeah.
So how are you invoking God with his guidance?
No, where did it say invoking God, bro?
That's what prayer means.
It means to follow, innit?
It means to invoke God. That's what prayer means.
That's dua.
Bro, prayer by definition means invoking God.
Yeah.
You know what prayer means? Yeah, my understanding is fulfilling the duty.
I need to refresh again 1 minute. Yeah. Wait, I can't hear you no more. Maverick, when I refresh, just put me on straight away. All right, just refresh right now.
Yeah.
Yo, Maverick, how long is this stream gonna go on?
I don't know until I get
Are
tired.
you tired?
Yeah, soon.
Yeah, you know what? Because you know this guy, yeah, he's got too many questions, man. He's gonna have question one after the other. This is what I think of.
I don't mind. I don't mind
bro.
Because I don't mind them because to be honest with you, like we don't need to have much conversation. The Quran deals with everything.
That's true, though.
I keep telling people This is what I keep telling people. All I'll do is just quote verses. That's it. It's between you and your maker. I'm not even. You see, I'm not even gonna bother translating what salah means. Like,
Nah,
just
because the
read
thing
verse.
is, when you said I am people or you are people, was you quoting the Quran?
But you know, I'm saying it's a fact. You are people. You know.
Yeah, but was you quoting the Quran, bro? You wasn't.
No, but I wasn't talking about the Quran then.
Just say it, bro. Just admit it, bro. You wasn't quoting the Quran, bro. That's it. That's what I'm gonna say.
I mean,
Huh?
wow. Okay, cool. You would have that one. Go on, run with it.
Yeah, I'm
But
just saying, bro. You wasn't quoting the Quran, so I'm just saying, bro.
no, but when I talk
you
about what the
man's are,
Quran says, I
you're
quote
not
verses.
free. You're not free from bringing your own tafsir, bro. Everyone
No,
does it.
Bijira, when I talk about what the Quran says, when have I given you a tafsir? When? When?
Man,
Let me give you another example of salah. I'll give you a perfect example. Go to 1184 to 87.
1184. How long are you here for? If I go and pray for and I come back.
But hold on.
11.
You're gonna read the Quran back to God.
Bro, I'm reading for myself, innit?
You're gonna teach Allah the deen that He has.
Where you get teaching Allah the deen from, bro?
Bro,
What are you
that's
talking
exactly
about,
what
bro?
you're doing. When you perform this ritual salah, yeah, you're actually teaching Allah the deen that He sent for us.
So 1 minute, can I recite back Surah Fatiha? Let's start with Surah Fatiha.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you know what? Surah Fatiha,
1 minute,
Can I
please.
recite?
Wait.
Just don't say things like "Qul ya ayyuhal
1 minute,
kafirun,"
man. 1 second, please.
"Qul huwallahu ahad."
1 minute.
Yeah, read your
1
du'as,
minute, man.
bro.
1 second.
رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي
Oh,
ربنا وتقبل دعاء. Yeah, you can read that.
Okay, 1 second.
Just if you want.
1 second. You said, can I read Fatiha? Yeah. Please read chapter 6, 153.
All right, man. You said 1184. We come back to the 6. Sorry, Quran.
653.
653.
153.
153. All right.
Anyway, do you know which ayah it is? Yeah, where Allah.
1 minute. We want to hear this one, please. 6, 153.
All right, and this is my path, a straight one. So follow it closely, and do not follow the other ways. Or then
stop there. Can you read the Arabic? Read the beginning part. What does it say?
وَأَنْ هَذَا صِرَاطِي مُسْتَقِيمًا فَاتَّبِعُوهُ.
In what?
صِرَاطِي مُسْتَقِيمًا.
Stop right there. وَإِنْ هَذَا صِرَاطِ الْمُسْتَقِيمِ. Yeah?
وَأَنْ هَذَا. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the straight path. Right?
Yeah.
And what do you say when you read Fatiha?
اهدنا الصراط المستقيم.
So you say, guide us to the straight path.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking for guidance to the straight path, yeah?
Yeah.
And what does this one say? This is the straight path.
Yeah.
So and can you have both? So how are you asking to be guided to the straight path if Allah is telling you this is the straight path?
You still need guidance, innit?
How? But He told you this is the guidance.
1 minute.
Furthermore,
so 1 minute. Hold on. You reading the Quran right now. You got that guy earlier on, right? You had that jabroni, what's that character? Why so religious? He reads the Quran. He might read the Quran more than some Muslims, bro. Right? But is he seeking guidance?
It's not about reading the Quran here. Listen, go 6, 161.
161. Hold on. Let me go to 152 first.
Same chapter, please go to 161.
Say, surely as for myself, my Lord has guided me to a straight path, a religion truly upright, the creed of Ibrahim, the unswervingly upright, and in no way was he one of the associators.
Okay, so my Lord has guided, past time, yeah? Guided me to the straight path. What more do you want? Look at the Arabic. The Arabic literally says, قُلْ إِنَّنِي هَذَانِي رَبِّي إِلَى صِرَاطِ الْمُسْتَقِيمِ. So where are you going? So how can you ask to be guided? How can you ask, guide me to the straight path when it literally says, say, my Lord has guided me to the straight path. So what are you saying?
Yeah, what are you saying, bro? Because if you say ihdina sirat al-mustaqim,
you can't contradict this.
Were you saying Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim contradicts this?
You tell me.
I don't think it contradicts that. You
How?
think it contradicts, bro.
The Quran says this is the straight path. Does it say that or not?
What is this? What is this?
What? Oh, what is this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read what is this for you. Furthermore, I'll explain the straight path. Wait. 1 minute, please. 1 second. I will explain what the straight path is according to the Quran. Yeah?
All right.
And then you tell me if you know of a better straight path. Listen to this. Let me sit down, Jim. Say, come, let me tell you what your Lord has really sanctioned for you. You shall not set up idols besides him. You shall honor your parents. You shall not.
Sorry. What verse are you
doing,
reading?
bro?
What are you reading? Which verse are you reading?
Chapter 6, 151.
It says, "Qul ta'alu watlu ma harrama." Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Say, come, let me tell you what. Say, come, let me tell you what your Lord has really sanctioned for you. You shall not set up idols besides him. You shall honor your parents. You shall not kill your children from fear of poverty. We provide for you and for them. You shall not commit gross sins, obvious or hidden. You shall not kill. God has made life sacred, except in the course of justice. These are his commandments to you, that you may understand. You shall not touch the orphan's money except in the most righteous manner until they reach maturity. You shall give full weight and a full measure when you trade equitably. We do not burden any soul beyond its means. You shall be absolutely just when you bear witness, even against yourselves. You shall fulfill your covenant with God. These are his commandments to you, that you may take heed. This is my path, a straight one. You shall follow it, and do not follow any other paths, lest they divert you from his path. These are his commandments to you, that you may be God conscious. So, do you know a better straight path than that?
Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim.
That
So
is the straight path.
yeah,
The
exactly.
sections that I've just read, basically the commandments that I've just read, is what Allah says is the straight path.
Yes.
So
So
what
if
straight
someone
path
says Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim, he's asking Allah to guide him to this straight path. You
Yes.
just mentioned. Yeah.
Yes. That is precisely the straight path you're asking to be guided to.
All right. So what's the problem, bro?
Well, the problem is you're still asking for guidance when you have the guidance.
Bro, you still need to be guided to this, innit?
What are you talking about? You have it.
Can Allah misguide you from? Can Allah misguide you from this?
Misguidance. Oh, there's another verse for that. If you're talking about misguidance, yo, Quran v Hadith, please give me that verse. Give me that verse, bro. I know you know that verse.
Hey, Maverick, how long you here for, man?
Wait,
Give me,
before you go,
give
I
me
need
15, 20 minutes, innit? Because I need to pray Fajr, innit, bro?
Go pray your Fajr.
Yeah, you still there, yeah?
Yeah. Go.
All right, safe. I'll see you in a bit.
I'm gonna find this verse for you. Quran v Hadith. Come on, B. Give me that verse. There it is. And Allah would not let a people stray after he has guided them, until he makes clear to them what they should avoid. Indeed, Allah is knowing of all things. That's one. Give me the other one. The other one with the one that
The surah ayah number.
huh?
The surah ayah number.
There's one verse that if he knows the verse I'm talking about, that makes more sense to read if you're basically feel like you're being going astray. So yeah, something along those lines. There's another verse. I'm telling you, man, the Quran's been completely violated. We found you astray and we guided you. Nah, there was another one. But yeah. But you see how it doesn't matter, no matter how many verses you bring.
Well, it just depends.
It does
But,
not.
but I'm sure he was feeling something.
Hmm? That's very true. No, but still, though, seriously, it doesn't make sense to still be asking for guidance if you have the guidance. This is the guidance.
Is Quran versus Hadith still listening?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There's still 7 people listening. It keeps going up and down. I'm surprised there's 7 people up at this time.
Yeah, I just want to let Quran versus Hadith know, yeah, if he's the guy with that YouTube channel called Quran versus Hadith. I've
Yeah,
actually subscribed. I've left some comments there. I don't know whether they're visible or they need authorization.
I need to watch that Hamza Malik video. Hamza Malik cracks me up. What are you talking about, Quranist? What are you talking about? You're the mushrik. Cracks me up. What are you talking about? Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Ain't that? What's going on? Why does no one want to jump on? Why you not scared? Jump on, man. Jump on, peeps. No, I agree, definitely, man. What are you talking about, Quranish? What are you talking about? You guys are the mushriks. Furthermore, yeah, this conversation becomes interesting if we ask people what exactly is a mushrik. Becomes really interesting. To make it simple for you, a mushrik is furthermore all religions are mushriks because they all associate you name what with God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, do you know what the word sharik means in Arabic?
To associate.
Okay. Is that the only meaning?
I know it has to do with partnerships. You tell me.
Well, the only thing that comes to my mind is partnership, associates. Anyway, I've got a question for you. Yeah? Have you ever looked at Dr. Kashif Khan's
Yeah,
material?
I've seen some of his stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. He can be quite interesting.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? Yeah, he's an interesting guy.
This Simba guy keeps coming at me though. But what I don't understand is like I make sure I don't have opinions. Like I keep it strictly to the Quran.
Okay, and when did this change happen? I mean, I'm sure there was a time in your life where you decided, you know what, I've got to try some different tactics. I mean, because you were, I mean, in Speaker's Corner, it was just, I mean, it was just different, wasn't it? I mean, over here, I mean, the way you're presenting yourself is different. So, I mean, I've seen a change. So, is this what you're talking about?
No, no, no. 1 second. Let me say hello to Quran Centric first of all. Peace, peace, peace. Quran Centric. How you doing, my bro? I see we're probably gonna have more American um, audience right now because it's a much more reasonable time for them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't read anyone's comments, but you know, all of you, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mm. Yeah, bro, but it's getting late, man. I'm just waiting for Vegeta. I'm gonna give him a few more jabs, one uppercut, and it's game over. Ah. Jake, I swear to you, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Jake. It's on with Jake, man. It's on. He's taking the piss. He's literally taking the piss. There's not much of a debate to be had with Jake. Like the whole Jake story is chapter 2, 142, 143, and 144. Qibla. You might as well call him Jake the Qibla. Qibla Jake.
Is this Jake Barcotanella or something?
Yeah. His name is Jake the Qibla now, man. And Apus, oh my god, I'm on to him, bro. Yeah, Quran centric, bro. We need to get onto that kid, man. We need to get onto that kid. Honestly, like I feel like defending what's it called, uh, the Sunnis for just because of the people like Apus, man. Jake the Qibla is easy, but Apus needs to get got. He's taking the piss. He's literally taking the piss. No problem, Orthodox more. Set that up. He won't do it, man, because he knows I know his whole spiel. No problem, bro. Whenever you feel comfortable. But he needs to get got though. He's taking the piss. He's literally taking the piss. I swear to you, I genuinely feel like defending the Sunnis, man. Because these guys made a business out of taking the piss out of Sunnis. Like how are Sunnis any worse than any other religion? Like, especially if you're an atheist, why are you not going at religions full stop? Why are you going at one? He's taking the piss, man. Jake the Qibla Brancatella. No, for real, that is sticking on him, man. Jake the Qibla, that's it. His whole claim to fame is Qibla. Like he thought he brought something new, bro. For goodness sake. He mentioned the large following requirement. See? I'm telling you, man, these guys are onto something. Large following. Uh, peace. You know what? Now I'm just waiting for Vegeta, but man, he's Fajr is Tarawih out here. What's going on? What kind of Fajr is this? This ain't no Fajr. I like one verse, bro. Qibla, you know. Yeah, like subs. You know what? Well, Quran centric. That should be. That would be a good debate, bro. Why don't you take him on? Especially they can't use the whole mystical, magical Arabic with you. Yeah, I'm waiting for this Vegeta guy. He's taking the piss. What's the difference between Muslim and mu'min? Good question. Great question. There's actually a verse that deals with that. I'm sure Quran Centric knows the verse I'm talking about. Someone post a verse for him, please. There's a verse that actually just clears out the difference between a Muslim and a mu'min. Yeah, 49:13. Simba knows what. Go on. Simba is on this. Simba, what are you saying? You're Sunni, yeah? Where is this Vegeta guy, man? Seriously, this is going on for too long, bro. It's 4:30 out here. Vegeta's shook out here, man. Vegeta reciting Inna Atena Kalkothar to. Imagine that, bro. We have given you abundance. He's telling that to God.
Yo, he could be reading a long surah.
Huh?
I said he could be reading a long surah.
Yo, Brother Mo's in the house. Peace, peace,
Oh
peace.
man, like Vegeta just showed up. That's what's up. Vegeta sama.
He still ain't showed up. Where is he?
Who's V?
Huh?
Oh, he just walked away. I got you.
He still ain't showed up.
Moving rogue on the
Yeah, that
front.
is true. Quran Centric is not into debates. Neither am I, man. The debates are boring, but the Qibla guy needs to be taken down, fam. I swear, I'm telling you, man, people are using the deen like it's an industry out here.
So either y'all got to debate him, or y'all got to like drive some subscribers to my channel so I can debate the cat. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't got a problem debating him, man. He needs to. Bro, I'm telling you, they've made the deen into a business, bro. Some have made, going against the deen a business. Some have made using the deen a business.
No facts.
Both sides, they eating. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, they are.
What the hell is going on, bro?
Yeah, I recently just watched like the 2 videos he was on with Hamza where they had the Quranists come on and the Hamza Den thing and whatnot. I'm like, yo, I watched all 9 hours of that joint. I was just like, come on. Man. It was, yeah, it's hilarious. And when the Qibla joint fails, they'll go to Hajj. When that one fails, they'll go to well, how do you know the Quran was preserved? How do you know the Quran was preserved?
They do all sorts, man. I thought it was Vegeta. Vegeta's just listening in. He's shook. He's shook. I'm telling you, he's shook, bro. Vegeta shook up. Hey, Vegeta, don't be so shook, man. Mom to you.
Nah, but big up man like Quran Centric. Hey, Quran Centric, I really appreciate your channel, fam. I appreciate how thoughtful you are in your breakdowns and whatnot. I don't always agree with what you say, but I can't ever argue with the meticulousness of your breakdowns and whatnot. Like you have a very interesting methodology, and I respect that, fam.
Who are you talking about? Alex Matty something. Alex Matt something. That guy is very articulate, but that's about it. No offense. That's as far as I can go with his knowledge when it comes to the Quran. But he's very articulate though. Like he can string together some very impressive choice of words. But yeah. No, seriously. Like my man made 3 videos just getting at Sam Gerrans, getting at Quranis. But really and truly, he just made the same old arguments like, oh, who are you guys to make up new, blah, blah, 1,400 years of scholarship, retete. The same things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that quite a lot as well. Yeah, they go. I mean, they said to me, "How come you've discovered this, and the scholars haven't discovered this?"
Yeah. The same shit, like the same, like what the hell? Like
Yeah,
he
you
thought, you know
figured it
what,
out.
I'm articulate, so let me give him my spin. But it's the same content. This is why I stopped translating these words and I just give him the context. Now what are you gonna do? Now you have the context. Go ahead, try and fit in these ideas that you try to fit in. Because what they like to do is they like to isolate verses, isn't it?
Yeah,
And then they go the Farid route. You know what I'm saying? Well, y'all, who in the last 1400 years interpret that verse the way you did?
Bro, that's why I've stopped translating. I don't translate, I don't interpret nothing. Like earlier on we were talking about the 4 months. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I showed him like a couple of verses where it literally says the 4 months of treaty, roam the earth for 4 months, etc. Do you get it?
Right. Facts.
And and he got stuck because Hajj is during those 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
So he can't accept that those 4 months were simply time bound and they were to do with the treaty between the Muslims and the mushriks. Do you get it? So he was like, oh shit, if Hajj was specific to that time, that means I can't have Hajj now. So he tried to make the 4 months into God knows what. Like, that's how bad it gets.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, the 4 months of this and that, blah, blah, blah. And then about the Salah, yeah, the Salah was sick, though. The Salah, all we did was, I showed him a few verses where it says, the Quran is recited to people. So who are you planning to recite the Quran to when you pray?
Vegeta, where you at, brother, man?
He ain't coming, man. He's listening. He's listening. And I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's getting late as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Not mad at you, bro.
I'm dead out here. There's a bunch of Americans listening at this time. Go all those Americans. You bunch of Yanks.
you might as well call it a night then.
We're calling that night. We're calling that night. Vegeta ain't coming. And we ain't entertaining these Yanks. These Yanks entertain us.
I see how you are, bro.
You know what? I reckon they should open up a stream.
Huh?
Yeah, the Yanks. Yeah.
Nah, the Yanks are very entertaining, man. You know what I'm
Only when we don't interrupt.
saying?
Yo, I just got done watching the video with you and Kareem Lewis, and I was like, "Word."
I didn't even know he was recording it, bro. That was just I'm gonna get it. That was some lay shit, bro. I did not even know he was recording it. And my man just got all in his feelings, like, oh my God, you're trying to take Salah away from me. Oh no.
When you said, "I bet not even your wife can win an argument with you," I lost it, bro. I lost it. I was like, damn. Even wifey can't get a word in edgewise. God, dog.
It's true though. That dude is crazy, bro. You won't let me get a word in.
Quran Central, you should jump on and break that down right quick, man. Hey, Quran Central, I know you don't dig debates, but are you down for dialogues and interviews? Because I actually moderate those more than I moderate debates at this juncture. And I think we need to get more Hadith rejectors in conversation in the public eye. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the reverse Hamza den. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say Hajj is limited to a geographic location either, but the 4 restricted months like, as far as what I see from the Quran, it seems to be a treaty. I mean, I'm willing to entertain that it could be more than that, but I haven't seen any evidence of it. But the Hajj, I'm sure you can have that anytime with it, any place. But really and truly, Hajj, as it pertains to the Quran, though, yeah, at least as it pertains to the last prophet, it does say like complete it. So it would suggest that that is something he started, and he's now completing. What would you guys reckon?
No comment.
I think that one when I'll save for our next conversation when I come back with some other stuff.
I'll plead the fifth, yeah?
No, rain check, not plead the fifth. Rain check.
Anyway, Maverick, when's your next live stream?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I ain't got a clue, bro.
Is it just random? Is it a random thing?
It's a random thing. I ain't got a clue, man.
Okay.
It's a late night thing, though. It's going to be a midnight thing. Minimum.
Well, you don't mind me joining you every
No,
now
of
and then?
course, bro. Come on, no questions.
Okay, nice one.
Of course, man.
Maverick, have you gotten in touch with Hamza Abdul Malik yet or no?
No, not yet. Well, no, actually, I have his Facebook. So.
Yeah, y'all definitely got to build, man.
No. We can build, no problem. But to be honest, Hamza don't need nobody, man. Let's be frank about it. Nah, Hamza is a scholar, man. You can't play with Hamza.
Nah, for real. Or his wife. Wifey sharp too.
Yeah.
Wifey sharp too.
Therefore, man. Therefore. No, but really, like, Quran's been made to be more difficult than it is, man. It's not that difficult. Really.
Oh yeah, and before I forget, you know what I'm saying? Why so religious, bro? I'm redeeming you, Stretch Armstrong, fam.
Why so religious? Like he's in it to win it, man.
He's my second favorite atheist, though. I gotta give him that.
Nah, he's still my dude, but I ain't got no energy for that kind of. He's in it to win it, bro. Like, he'll argue anything, everything, bro. Come on, I ain't got energy for that.
Yeah, I mean, Danny's like, nah, man, like the Hadith is all wrong for taking the Hadith and whatnot. And I let him know about that. But the Quran's wrong too, bro. I was like, what's going on right now? Taking verses all out of context. I'm like, come on, bro. He be taking it. Like, just read the verse before it or the verse after it, bro. Just come on, now. Stop playing.
Yo, Vegeta ain't coming back. It's 5 a.m. Peace out, peeps. Let's bounce.
All right, peace.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace.
Peace and blessings, fam.
Peace out.